history regions, not just from Moscow perspective, but to show history from perspective of small former Soviet republics. And during this time, during 10 years, we made, as I said, 10 symposiums, and many topics were covered, like empire, Soviet empire, relationships between and among Soviet republics, KGB topic, and even sexuality in former Soviet Union republics. And basing on this symposiums, we made many publications, came out many publications, research articles, and I just want to mention 2 volumes. So perhaps a special issue that was published in the Lithuanian Historical Studies, I think in 2010. And of course, our volume that came out recently, and also all issues of this volume were discussed in our symposium, I think in 2016 or 17. Yeah, firstly, we met and discussed about this Moscow and non-Russian republics in the Soviet Union. So today, topic is not new, perhaps I would say old one, because I think that nationalism as topic, as theme for researchers became very popular in 90s, in the end of 90s, in the middle of 90s, and beginning of this century. Yes, so, and after all came time for synthetic works and synthesis, and after Jeremy's book came out, Red Nations, you see this book, yeah? So I started to think that this is the end of history about this question, because all things are done. Yes, so we have already synthesis, synthetic work on that, and we perhaps could take small issues, but after recent events, I think from February of this year, from the Russian invasion, this question became more and more actual, relevant. Yes, perhaps you remember, of course you know that Putin, Russian dictator, even grounded his attack against Ukraine, and he basically like named Ukraine state, Ukraine nation as construct of Bolshevik ideology, as Bolshevik policy. I think today we're not going to talk widely about this issue. So perhaps we will go too deeper to the Soviet system, to the Soviet history, to the Soviet nationality policy. And what I want to say that we always making in this symposium experiments. So we started from 2019, we started to making switch in symposiums. So not just we are organizing symposiums, not just in Vilnius. For the first time in 2019, we organized it in Uppsala, in Sweden. Yeah. So now after a short break, perhaps not short, 2 years, yeah, we came back to Vilnius, and this break was because of COVID. Yes, and we came to Vilnius, and now perhaps we will talk and discuss this issue, where to go next time. So perhaps to Tbilisi, Chisinau, or Chisinau, yeah, or another place, or let's say Glasgow, yeah, or Naples, perhaps. Yeah. So we will talk about these issues, and today also we would like to introduce new things and new some. So we have key speaker. So we never had key speaker before in Vilnius symposiums, and today we have one. So, and I'm very happy to introduce Jeremy Smith, professor from Finland, from England, and from Abu Dhabi. Yes,
everywhere. Yeah.
And even our symposium is like grounded and based on his research article in Europe-Asia Studies. And this research article discussed and challenged our understanding about Soviet nationality policy. So Jeremy even doubts even we can talk about such things as Soviet nationality policies. So Jeremy, floor is yours.
Thank you, Saulius, and thank you all for coming, and especially thank you to those of you who are up in the middle of the night to listen to this. And you know, your introduction, Saulius, really went to this. This article was, like you said, it's more than 20 years that there was this turn to nationalities studies in the Soviet Union. It's still continuing, you know, during the course of writing this article. Actually, I think between submission and final acceptance, this amazing book on Tajikistan appeared, which I'll say a little bit about later. So I was just able to incorporate that. But there's still a lot of work going on, and of course, including the work by many of the people today. And kind of the motivation for this article was to do a stocktake, which I didn't think I really did in the Red Nations book. That had different purposes, but really to kind of start to ask questions about where we are in broad conceptual terms and of our understanding of what nationality policy consisted of, or as obviously I conclude from my article that there wasn't really a nationality policy in any meaningful sense. So this was the motivation for the article, and I'm really, really grateful for the opportunity to, I didn't know I was the first ever keynote appearing in the 11th VILNIUS Symposium. That feels like a lot of pressure. But I will do my best anyway to start off some discussion perhaps, and some of the parameters which might inform discussions we have as we go through the rest of today and half of tomorrow, and the papers that I'm very much looking forward to. So I wasn't quite sure how to do this. I don't want, because you have the article, I didn't want to just repeat what's in the article. I'm going to summarize the first part, I think, which is the bit of the article that I like best, which is essentially where I set out my argument, but perhaps I'll summarize that hopefully quite quickly. But then perhaps the more challenging part is if I'm right, or if I'm partly right, and there was no nationality policy, then how do we explain what goes on in terms of Centre-Republic relations and what goes on in terms of inside the republics themselves across the Soviet Union, and particularly, I suppose, in the later years of the Soviet Union. So just to summarize my argument, and it takes a number of tacks. The first one is the historiographical one, that going back to Cold War studies, we find that historians and social scientists who have looked at the issue of nationality in the Soviet Union studied the same question and come out with diametrically opposed conclusions. On the one hand, the kind of paradigm that used to prevail, which was Russification, that the Soviet Union was all about eliminating national difference, forcing everyone to become Russian or perhaps to become Soviet, which was based around Russian language and culture, and certainly around Russian leadership. And there were voices in that time, E.H. Carr, Moshe Lewin, who took a slightly different view, but this really became more mainstream beginning at the end of the 1980s and progressing into the 1990s and up to date, which is something quite opposite, that the Soviet Union encouraged nation building, that nations flourished under the Soviet Union, nations were created. So, you know, this immediately kind of rings some kind of alarm bells, that you have these two very diametrically opposed accounts of what Soviet nationality policy consisted of. So one answer is to dismiss all but a handful of those historians and social scientists from what I'll call the pre-Sunni era as just being wrong. They didn't have the sources, they didn't have the insights, they didn't have the understandings. And they just got it wrong. Or perhaps they were informed by an overemphasis on certain areas of Ukraine where at certain periods of time you could see signs of Russification perhaps, but then this was generalized into an understanding of the whole policy. So that's one possible response, but still the fact that policies should be open to such erroneous interpretations suggests, at the very least, that there's a level of obscurity here. But, you know, if people were able to reach these conclusions back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, certainly there was nothing clear for them to draw on. The second argument I make is it's about a pervasiveness in the literature, and I've done, I put the words into Google Scholar at one point, contradictions of Soviet nationality policy, and it's everywhere. You know, this occurs so very often, and this again immediately presents a problem, and in its clearest expressions, and Ronald Suney expressed this very clearly in one of his works, that you have an apparent policy which tells you either that you can proceed with the assimilationist policies, or that you can proceed with the opposite, which is nation-building policies. And if there is a policy which, policies, sub-policies, I don't know quite how to put it, but if there is a policy which allows implementers to pursue two quite contradictory ends, that again raises immediate questions as to whether we can really call this a policy, whether there was any meaningful, coherent policy at all. The third argument I make is about official articulations of policy. There were no real debates within the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, no significant, meaningful policy statements after 1923. And this is very much another point I make in the paper, which in the article, which I won't go into here, is but perhaps could be developed is comparison with other policy areas where we see kind of constant development in economic policy, in foreign policy, and so on. And really all we get after 1923 is there are different programs of the Communist Party, and I cite some of them in the article, and we have kind of rather bland statements about the flourishing and drawing together of nationalities, which again are not necessarily contradictory, but they leave the space open for a wide variety of interpretations when it comes to practical measures based on these kind of vague declarations. And the next part of the argument is to consider, for people who have looked a bit more carefully and been considered a bit more, authors who have considered a bit more, what does the Soviet nationality policy consist of? And in most cases, it boils down to, and I'm talking about now about the more recent works, the ethno-federal framework and ascribed nationality. And these are kind of in place, certainly by the mid-1930s, and they remain in place throughout the remainder of the Soviet Union. And so there is, at first glance, a basis there for saying, well, there is something there which seems constant, which seems to inform the way that policies are implemented. And we tend to associate these two things, the ethno-federal framework and ascribed nationality, with a tendency for ethnic preference for privileges to particular national groups living within the borders of the ethno-federal units. And this certainly makes a real difference, and it's very observable right across, I think, and especially in the post-Stalin period, but even in the Stalin period as well. But nevertheless, I think these two things, the ethno-federal framework and ascribed nationality, at most they provide a framework within which a number of different policies might be implemented. They don't really prescribe a particular direction within which nationality development should occur. And I'll return to this point. So that's kind of a summary of really the first part of the article, or the majority of the article, in fact. So just to throw in a couple of other considerations now, which we might be thinking about, and one thing I didn't discuss in the article is that I think it's Terry Martin and perhaps some other people have talked about a distinction between soft policy and hard policy areas in the Soviet Union, with the hard policy areas being things like security, the economy, and soft policy areas being things like nationality, education, and cultural policy, and so on. And the argument is, and I think there's a lot to be said for this, that where these two policy, where a hard policy area comes into conflict or contradiction with a soft policy area, This is basically the definition. The hard policy area prevails. So there is a possibility that nationality policy as a soft policy area gets swamped so many times by hard policy areas that it disappears into the background. So the centralized command economy militates against measures for Republican autonomy because that is the priority. The turn to Russian patriotism in the 1930s can be seen in terms of preparation for war, the departure from the previous policies of colonization, because those priorities are trumped by the needs of defense and security with the rise of Hitler. Likewise, the deportations, the national deportations during World War II, during the Great Patriotic War, which would seem to be very much against the earlier directions of nationality discourse, can be seen as a necessary and emergency security measure for that time. On the other hand, when Georgian students demonstrated in 1956 in Tbilisi and other cities with increasingly nationalist slogans and demands, the initial reaction taken by local military commanders was to treat this as a security threat and to open fire on crowds. But in the medium to long term, the response taken by the communist authorities was not to repress these tendencies, but to accommodate them within Soviet Georgia. And so this implies either a kind of inertia, not being able to deal properly with these kind of threats, or not being able to find other mechanisms for treating this kind of tendency as a security threat, or an understanding prevailing at the time, but nationalism did pose security concerns, but that the best way to deal with them was to find ways to accommodate it within the Soviet system rather than to confront it with force. And so the relatively muted response to that and other demonstrations of nationalism, if you like, and we look at cases of the Baltic republics in the post-Stalin period, for example, suggest that, well, I'm not sure what they suggest. If these are seen as a security threat, if nationalism is seen as an essential threat to the security of the Soviet Union, then the response is to incorporate that is actually to accommodate that rather than to subordinate it to purely security measures. Okay, how do we move on to how do we, if there is something in my argument and there is no kind of overarching or useful or informative nationality policies, how do we begin to understand practices in the realm of nationality throughout the period of the Soviet Union? In the article, I highlight decision-making over two very essential areas of nationality existence, which is what counts as a nationality, which groups count as being a national group, and where borders are to be drawn between nationality groups. And I won't go into those examples, but I provide a number of examples which focus on this process of negotiations. And I'm drawing on the work of other authors here, particular case studies, and the outcomes of those negotiations seem to be determined not so much by any objective criteria or definitions as by who can gain more influence. What is the balance of influence between the different institutions involved? And there are all kinds of processes of lobbying going on and so on. And I mean, I will mention one case I read, Bridget O'Rourke's book, A Study of the Roma, performing nationality in the Soviet Union, and she just tried to kind of fit it into a Terry Martin affirmative action framework. But what I really get out of it reading this book is that it boils down to a handful of Roma activists who, in very difficult circumstances and against all the odds, managed to, through lobbying, through negotiation, through persuasion, managed to negotiate their way into getting the Roma as accepted as a nationality, and in particular, a very different kind of nationality because it's not territorially bounded. So this kind of option is possible, and it's not based on firm principles or anything like that. If anything, it seems to contradict whatever principles have prevailed up to then. but it is successful, and it's down to this process of negotiation. So this is the main way in the article I explain key decisions in these areas about nationality, actually the actual existential questions about nationalities and national groups. What are the other ways we might look at explaining nationality developments? Another way is to think about who is actually implementing policies on the ground, who takes decisions. And I think I can think of, depending on the circumstance, but there are two main groups. One is ethnographers, and the other is party organizations, particularly those in the republics. And ethnographers who know from some of my own work, particularly in the early Soviet period, but also continue later, and then the work of Francine Hirsch and others, that ethnographers have incredible influence. They are very active and very, it seems, scientific in their approach in terms of defining nationalities, getting languages and alphabets standardized, and contributing to the drawing of borders. So in these early determinations, they play a key role, and this continues later on. And the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology, which I think was founded in the 1950s, becomes a really key and influential institution, and people like its director, Valery Tishkov, were very influential, not just in the late Soviet period, but also afterwards in post-Soviet Russia. When it comes to party organizations, and this is where, and I think a lot of us who've done work on individual republics, that these are where the key debates take place, these are where decisions are made. I will come to central interventions as well, which do occur occasionally, but most of the time, republic organizations are fairly autonomous on a day-to-day basis, and I certainly remember, and I've read it as well at an earlier symposium, Saulius explaining very clearly how, at least in the case of Lithuania, but I think there are probably other cases as well, but Republican party leaders managed to convince the central authorities of their indispensability and that they had to be left to run things, because otherwise things would go out of control. And they were largely successful with this. And again, particularly in the post-Stalin period, or at least in the post-Khrushchev period, this prevailed. And then another aspect of Saulius's work here, of course, which is extremely important, is the role of second secretaries. So there is this kind of supervisory position there, this direct line to Moscow, and which does provide some check on the activities of local national party organizations, and provides a direct day-to-day channel of communication with Moscow. So there are limits to the autonomous decision-making of local, Republic Party organizations, but I still think that most of the time we see them operating fairly autonomously. How does the centre intervene? This is, the title of the talk is about Centre-Periphery relations, but I would say the centre intervenes, again, particularly in the late Soviet period, very sporadically. Occasionally we have centrally directed initiatives, such as Khrushchev's education reform, or successive attempts under Brezhnev to promote understandings of the Russian language and perhaps move towards some kind of Russification, but largely unsuccessfully. So you occasionally have centrally directed either legislative or policy programs in specific areas. On a day-to-day level, as already mentioned, central intervention is carried out through the party second secretaries. And then exceptionally, you get interventions in the form of purges in 1959 in Latvia and Azerbaijan, in 1972 in Ukraine. And these purges seem to me, which tend to be based on a whole series of charges which are amalgamated together. They seem to me to serve a function of drawing red lines. And I haven't done it in the article, but elsewhere I've compared this to the Brezhnev doctrine in regard to Eastern Europe, So in some ways, although much less bloody, 1959, 1972 can be compared to 1956 and 1968. And it's essentially, these purges are a way of saying, you know, yes, you can have your autonomy in decision making, but there are lines that must be crossed, although those lines are never very clearly defined, which is also the case with the Brezhnev doctrine in foreign policy. And this seems to me the kind of dynamic that is work, and you know, there is an alternative way of looking at Centre-Republic relations, which is that it's a continuous power struggle, that it is there is efforts and I think some authors do look at it like this in terms of the efforts of the local party leaderships to maximize their own autonomy in decision making. And very often this is done, and I think, you know, this is an interesting area of research which perhaps can be built on through very often through practices which we're familiar with also from the Soviet economy. You know, informal practices, misinformation to the center, ticking boxes to keep the center happy while getting on with your own thing, and this occurs in areas like education. It seems to me very clearly. And another way forward is to look at, as I said in the article, I've only looked at this question of defining particular nationalities and drawing of borders between nationalities. So another way forward is to look at further cases in detail of the nationality experience and look at the dynamics that are at work there, and what are the principles involved, or what are the power relations involved, or whatever. So it could be art and cultural development, architectural programs, which, you know, again, I remember a very interesting talk at an earlier symposium about Lithuania's kind of embarking on creating its own national architecture, similar processes in Armenia, as written up by Tallinn Terpetrasian. These are things which, you know, seem to happen at the local level, and I don't know of any intervention from the centre, or what kind of decision, what kind of permission is needed, or whether these are just seen as areas which are crucial areas of local initiative, and also things like national cinema in Kyrgyzstan and in Georgia. So what actors are involved in these, and what principles, if any, are involved. And well, I have a final point, which I just put a question marks behind, which is something that's always kind of, I've never quite understood, and there's been a lot written about it, and it's demonstrable, and it's clearly there. And this is the primordialist approach to nationality, which comes to predominate in the Soviet Union, and which kind of not only militates against a Marxist or a Marxist-Leninist analysis of nations, which are simply constructed, it's also the experience of the Soviet Union, that we have the construction of nations in the 1920s. And okay, so part of the explanation is there's a split here, that it's particularly in the South Caucasus, where there are older nations with their own cultures, their own languages, traditions of statehood amongst Armenians, Georgians, and Azerbaijanis, which are the most kind of vocal proponents, I suppose, or they're proponents of primordialist understandings of nationality, to the extent that, you know, most academic work is directed towards proving the primordially based precedence of one particular national group over another when it comes to territorial claims and language, and who's been there longer and things like this. This seems to be, you know, in no connection with any kind of iteration of Soviet nationality policy that has been advanced. So this is a kind of question which I think might shed some light on this. How do we depart so much from what seem to be accepted principles, either based on principles of Marxism or based on the base of the 1920s about nationality? And if anyone has an answer to that, I'd be very grateful to hear it. Meanwhile, I think, you know, in general, looking at individual cases and trying to understand them will perhaps hopefully move towards a clearer picture of how nationality issues were decided and resolved, and I'm very much looking forward to the further contributions of this conference, which I think will certainly help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And now we'll have questions, I guess. Yeah.
I have one. The title of your presentation, and probably you try to explain it, is Centre-Periphery negotiations instead, or in other words, versus of Soviet nationality policy. But why not to say Centre-Periphery negotiations and Soviet nationality policy?
Well, I think this is the argument in my article. Yeah, I mean, I suppose your point is that there's not a logical contradiction. You can have a negotiation within a framework which is set by policy. I just don't see, and you know, I just don't see what those policies are. I still keep coming back to this question. So you have a framework, the ethno-federal framework, which informs the structure of those negotiations, if you like, to some extent. But of course, as with most other things in the Soviet Union, everything's very informal. It's not, you know, the framework doesn't always work, and actually what takes place outside the official framework is often more important. But yeah, so I mean, the title is based on the argument in the article. I tried to go a little bit beyond that in the talk today, but yes, I accept your point. There's not a logical incompatibility, but I think that's how I would see it in practice. That there is something else going on here.
Okay.
I have so many things to say about that, but that's the whole point of my talk. So
Yes, I would have perhaps comment, not question, because you say about how you're making reduction, kind of reduction from policy to negotiations, more negotiations. So, and you're challenging this past approaches, perhaps. And why I think I would have one argument for nationality policy, because even subjects, yes, so say persons who were involved in this policy, in policy making, say, they talked very widely about the nationality policy, Vilniaus nacionalinė politika. So if sources talk themselves, so we should consider this, yes, and yes, so it's like, and take this perhaps more seriously. If I understand rightly, perhaps your idea, so you are challenging approaches, so you are challenging totalitarian approaches that says that center played important and only center played role in nationality policy. But how about these Republican institutions? So they were also part of this nationality policy, yes, and negotiations everywhere we can see negotiations. Even today in politics you can see negotiations. But what about concepts? And if we take Soviet concepts, so they also were changing. Say nacionalinio vopros. So we have nacionalinio vopros solved already in ideology during Stalin's time. Yes, so it's solved. And we have nationality relations and this problem and these questions and concepts, how to say this free how to say levels. Yes, so дружба народов, сближение наций, yes, so and слияние наций. So and for me it's very interesting how these actors, yes, institutions played among themselves using these concepts. So Soviet ideology had very strong concepts, so of nationality policy. And even I'm going to talk today about this 1961 program, and I found many about it in your Red Nations, yes, so, and Bauman's book, of course. So these concepts were strong, but in my opinion, was how to say aim to localize problems, to not to expand them, but just to localize. So I don't know. Perhaps I'm not right, but I see that you're challenging approaches, but not nationality policy itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a really good point about these appeals to the Leninist nationality policy, which begins in Lenin's lifetime in 1923, when there were these two big debates, and Lenin's still alive, but he's incapacitated. He's not there to respond and say, no, that's not what I meant, which I suspect he would have done, because it's used in, it's just, it's perhaps something I should have documented, because I do notice this, I mean, not just in 1923, but certainly throughout the 1920s and much later as well, and this phrase is used in line with Leninist nationality policies, and it has very different, it's used to justify pretty much anything. It becomes an empty phrase. Whatever the Leninist nationality policy might have been originally, it just seems to be people throw it out there to kind of back up their arguments in a more or less meaningless way. But I would need to perhaps be more systematic in documenting that, because I certainly don't think it's used to it's certainly used by small nationalities, or people who are denied recognition as nationality, or people who are being, or in these debates over schools and having national language available in schools, which clearly were things which were actually quite dear to Lenin, but these tend to be used by people who are appealing to or in opposition to the central authorities. So if that's right, then the central authorities are not pursuing the Leninist nationality policies. So what are they pursuing?
Just in addition to Saulius' commentary, I suppose to some extent, yes, I have an impression that you saw that this there was no definition of Soviet national policy, and perhaps I would agree with this, because it was never, it was in a form of slogans. It was never explained what it means really. And perhaps Saulius mentioned this totalitarianism aspect. Perhaps they didn't have a need to explain it, because they had all instruments to make all kind of policies as they wished. But on one hand, but on other hand, what makes me a bit uneasy is this problem of Centre-Periphery negotiations. Perhaps do we have such negotiations? When I studied this program in Latvia, I'm not so sure at all. They had this policy, those main guidelines, and republic just implemented according to its own problems and so on. But the problem is, if they perhaps there was some kind of coordination, there was some обмен опытом and so on. But perhaps what we need is some kind of specification, what it means really, those negotiations. What we mean by this?
Well, yeah, this is a fair point, and I mean, examples that I give in the article are not actually, for the most part, negotiations with the centre. They're negotiations within Georgia. But the one example I took from Tim's work, probably thinks I've distorted him, but I just the information I take from that, or the example of the Permiak, which is between kind of regional Communist Party organisations, and I can't remember any kind of reference to Moscow. So perhaps this is a bit misleading, but that's a really interesting point. If there are not cases of negotiating, I mean, there are some. When I looked at the education reform, Khrushchev's education reform, there are attempts to negotiate. What happens is Moscow tends to say no, and then they just do it anyway, and they do what they want anyway. They just kind of find some kind of way of looking like they're doing what Moscow wants them to do, but actually they're doing something else. So yeah, that is a very valid point. And perhaps this Centre-Periphery negotiations, it's not. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to know what other people think about that. It's very interesting to hear your observation that you don't see that actually happening. And yes, let's take that forward.
Yes, Mike.
So I'm just want to say this as well. I'm absolutely delighted that we're having this chat. I think it's a great idea that we, and I'm always looking forward to reading this article, Jeremy. I haven't got around to it till now, and so it was really nice to delve in. And so I'll make some remarks that so on negotiating, it is a good point. I actually agree with you though, and things like the education reform are, I think, clear. And when it does come towards to Latvia, I think we do see evidence of trying to negotiate until it crosses the line. And that's trying to find that line and push that line. And it's also, you see that in Azerbaijan too. I mean, they were trying to do just that same thing about expand the permissible. I also wanted to, but there are a few things to take issue with, and I think I'm glad that you brought up second secretaries actually here, because obviously it doesn't appear in the article. And perhaps that's partially where the confusion's coming from, in that I think it needs to be defined more about what we mean by policy. So, I still think there was an opinion or a party line on nationality. I think that evolved over time between different leaders, and it's okay for that to be inconsistent. I don't think it needs to be coherent. And the reason is because when we use this term policy in English, look, we just had in the UK, 6 weeks ago, Prime Minister unveiling an economic policy. That's what it's referred to in the press as when Liz Truss put out a new economic policy. Then she, obviously that caused a lot of problems, and she loses power, and we have a new Prime Minister who unveiled just last week a new economic policy. I use this, and people call that a policy. It's the same party, same political party, the Conservatives. They are giving two different lines, and I think that is so. But it's still called a policy, and this is just within one country, within 1 month, and let alone the whole Soviet period. So I think it's okay if it isn't that clear always. And I also wonder, what is a policy otherwise? Surely nationality policy can be flexible rather than not existing at all. And that's why I think, so let me put out the example of second secretaries. Is that not nationality policy? That is, surely Stalin has proved it in his excellent book, which I'm currently editing. It's a clear, nationality policy agenda to watch those secretaries on Moscow's behalf as these governor generals. Is that not what it was? Does that not count in your definition? And so also to say that this is, and fair play to Joe, it's a historiographical survey, and he has obviously brought up a serious problem within the field that this is not, that there's a lot of examples here of people just talking completely at cross purposes, and I think chucking out the phrase without actually thinking about what it means, and I think that has been very well proven. But there is, as Sally has already said, less about Soviet claims to the phrase. Deciding that the first secretary should be of particular nationality, for example, isn't that nationality policy? So I'd love to know what Jeremy thinks, if you could say a bit more about what Soviet officials meant when they said it. As Diana said, did they need to mean it at all? Was it literally just, as you I think alluded to, and it become this, because I agree, it's very amorphous. Saying we've got to stick the neck to Leninist nationality policy without ever saying what it means is clearly a problem. But they do keep saying it. So yeah. And then lastly, I'll say, I'll say one last thing, which is nationality policy, is it not confused in the historiography with the national question? And wouldn't it be fairer maybe to say that maybe we are nitpicking about that people use the phrase nationality policy, nationality policy, nationality policy. Not everyone who writes about this either is a native English speaker, of course, and they use this phrase, but maybe we're talking about the national question a bit more, like, are we not talking about problems of nationality in the Soviet Union, and that's where the phrase is confused and it's coming through more, or even, shall we not call it nationality politics rather than policy? So yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Some really good points, and you know, well, so there's been one motivation for writing this article, and it's a real bugbear, and it's particularly, it's not historians, it's social scientists, and as well as, you know, a lot of historians turning their attention to non-Russian republics in the 1990s. A lot of political scientists and other social scientists were turning their attention to newly independent states, and you know, every kind of introduction you get this references to Soviet nationalities policies, as if it was something that was clearly defined and constant throughout the Soviet Union. And so this is one thing I'm reacting to, and perhaps I shouldn't be reacting too much to that, because you know, the points you make, but yeah, evolution over time, absolutely. I mean, you know, foreign policy, economic policy, these evolve, they change across the Soviet Union, and we know that. But actually, I would say, if there is a Soviet nationality policy, it evolves, it changes much less. There are specific initiatives like the second secretary one. So this is a policy that's decided, but this is rarely referred to as a nationality policy, or sometimes it's, you know, we have various nationality policy, and I suppose we'll be talking about this a bit later on as well. So yeah, I mean, so one way forward is to define, is to look at it in that way, but I just don't think people have been looking at it in that way either, not just including historians. I mean, I think there's been an attempt to find overall frameworks. So, and also, yeah, and so national question against national policy. I mean, a policy should be, you know, some kind of guiding set of principles which guides day-to-day and medium-term and long-term actions, and
but I'm saying people are very confusing that. They're saying policy when they mean a more general discussion about it. That's why I'm trying to understand why we're getting this problem. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, okay, but then let's stop confusing it and talk about national questions. I mean, one thing that, you know, I mentioned again in the article, and I find really interesting, is even that, you know, the Leninist nationality policy. And okay, well, this is again, it's in 1923, and Lenin's not directly part of the debate, but he is having input into this debate, and it's reactive. It's not based on principles. It's about, they talk about, Lenin talks about, and then later Trotsky and kind of reluctantly Stalin talk about this greater danger principle, great Russian chauvinism or local nationalism, which is the greater danger. And it's not that one is the greater danger in principle, it's at a particular moment in time, which is the more serious threat, which is, and now we're talking about, which we have to combat within the Communist Party. It's not about nationalist armies or anything like that. It's about these tendencies, these two tendencies within the Communist Party. So it's reactive, and you can call that a policy, but again, this is very different from you know, policy, you know, what we regard as policies in other areas where I think there are clearer kind of principles at work.
I'm very happy to be here and to start this symposium with this debate, to discuss your article, which is challenging to a certain extent, also because it gives much more opportunity for broader research on not just a center top-down from above level. So I have double question, which is something that comes from my experience of studying a periphery, which was not that peripheral, and I realized quite recently, which is Uzbekistan. My first question is, how much, if we reduce this to imperial negotiations, how much these negotiations interact with each other, how much they know about the others, how much do they perceive about the others' negotiations. Why I'm asking this? Because when I was studying Uzbekistan, I always had this idea that it was kind of solid party, which its own subjectivity, which its own deal with Moscow. Then when I had the occasion to look at other Central Asian republics, I just saw that Uzbekistan to some extent was kind of benchmark. So they were looking at what the Uzbek party was doing in dealing with Moscow, and to some extent they were able to replicate this kind of policy. So what is the understanding of the other imperial negotiations? And then yes, the second question is that is there any model, any benchmark, any attitude that is replicated? So I'm making this question when we just realized, as Saul said, introducing this debate, how important it is now when dealing with the Putin allegations on history. This gave us the opportunity to rethink about the civil war and how important was the Ukrainian questions in framing the Soviet Union. So was the Ukrainian model maybe something that maybe a model that was replicated even in the next phases? I don't think so. But anyway, were there any benchmarks in this story?
No, I don't think so, and I think you're absolutely right. You know, the Ukraine, Ukraine's at the centre of Terry Martin's book, and he kind of suggests it's extended, but you know, I think Central Asia, it's very, very different. You can't, and it has to be very different. And well, so kolonizacja, but even kolonizacja has a very different form in Central Asia from what it has in Ukraine. So it's originally implemented in Ukraine. So. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't see a template anywhere, really. So I totally agree with that. And on the first point about this kind of diffusion, I guess, kind of learning or looking at republics looking at each other. I mean, there are people here who probably know this better than me. I think that there, in a formal sense, there don't seem to be any mechanisms, and I think if anything, there was perhaps a clear policy of, you know, rather like the transport networks when it comes to the three Baltic republics, everything connects to Moscow, and we kind of keep you separate from each other. But of course, then we don't know, and it's very difficult to establish. You know, these people do come together at party congresses in Moscow and at other kind of meetings and things like that. They have telephones. I don't know, you know, what kind of informal discussions are going on, and so the case I know best, which is, and where I've looked at responses from basically all the republics, was to the education reform in 1958, 1959, and where you get a remarkably similar response across, and so it kind of feels like. But I never thought about actually looking at who's the first, because the republics there's a consultation exercise. They send their responses. So I haven't looked at who's been sent first. You know, I doubt these were circulated then to other republics, but they're so similar that you kind of feel there's some kind of communication going on, whether it's informal or whether the documents are actually being exchanged and they're learning from that. So yes, again, I suspect the answer isn't the same all the time. I mean, in Khrushchev's time, it was perhaps easier to do that. Other times it might have been more difficult. And then there are rivalries, of course, which might get in the way at other times. And I guess, I don't know, I'd be interested to hear about Central Asia and Uzbekistan putting itself in this kind of leading position. Does that lead to resentment? Certainly, there are, you know, the bit I looked at, which is the border drawing, where Kyrgyzstan seems particularly good at expanding its borders at various points, and including getting the negotiations done to get that approved ultimately by Moscow. And this is clearly, you know, this is at the expense of Tajikistan or Uzbekistan. So So it's not, so as well as, you know, there's kind of, and when it comes to the sovereign cost reform, which various people have looked at, there's an element of competition as well between republics, and perhaps in some other areas as well. I started looking at, you know, even sport competition is a kind of symbolic but you know, very important one. Or we were a bit talking last night about competition over getting metros built and things like that. You know, who gets these resources first.
Thank you.
I would like to ask, thank you very much. It's much to think about. My question is about the content of these negotiations, because as far as you explain now, there could be many possible contents and many possible levels of expression of nationalism. For example, when we negotiate about the resources, who will get which resources, the administrations of Republic, they competed with each other and made these negotiations to the center of concerns, these resources. And this is one part. Another part, the possibility to somehow to build the independent, the administrative independence. I think that your report is based perhaps on, I don't know, but today you are speaking, you speak mostly, I think, about this possibility of autonomy of administration of Republic to build their own curricula or something like that. But also there could be another expressions of nationalism and also perhaps also contents of negotiation. For example, when you spoke about the Georgia example and another possible youth movements or something like that, is it a question of as you said, accommodation or inclusion of them, or is it a matter to exclude them and to somehow to put them into prison? Perhaps it was also a kind of possible content of negotiation and also some cultural expression of nationalism that was similar in many republics, but also it differed. For example, all these national costumes and all these all this facade side of nationalism, but it was also different in the republics and took some different forms. So, what kind of contents are you speaking, and what you look at when you are speaking about this nationality policy and all these negotiations, because perhaps there could be also some much more possibility of much more contents of nationalism that should be or have to be negotiated.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree. I mean, resources is where negotiations are direct, and you know, this is typical of any kind of federal system, or even not a federal system, but any kind of devolved system. You're gonna, so it's not that you want to maximize resources for your own region, your own town, or whatever. So this is, but it does take, at certain points, it takes a kind of national edge because it is based on national republics. So this is where, and the other area of administrative independence, that's maybe not so much source of negotiation. It's more, well, or it's a kind of, seems to me a kind of, you know, it's not, it's well, like I said, you know, you can call up Moscow and ask permission, they say no, and so you do, it's you know, it's not, and that's the end of the discussion, but you kind of do things, you kind of work ways around it, you kind of, or you misinform, or you, so perhaps negotiation is the wrong word for that kind of practice when it comes to maximizing things, and culture. I mean, cultural expression, the things like costumes and cuisine and things like that, you know, has been interpreted as, I'm trying to remember the word, not folklorization, but I think there's a better word for that, which, you know, which you had the, you know, in Stalin's time in the 1930s, you had these displays in Moscow as well, turning national difference into something harmless. And of course, this seems to have been one kind of mechanism that Stalin was using to diffuse, what he clearly saw as some kind of threat from local nationalism by trivializing it, essentially. But of course, the republics embrace it, the nationalities embrace that, because that is part of their identity, it is part of their culture. But then there are other things which might be more contentious.
Isn't that really at the heart of what Soviet regime throughout its history had in mind in setting what it called nationality policy? We're in a situation where, in an ideal world, nationalism doesn't exist, and where communism should not exist. In reality, it's there, we have to deal with it. So we have to make a specific set of decisions in order to contain nationalism. And part of that are the two specific policy decisions that we are going to recognize individual identity and ascribe identity. We're going to recognize territory and the forms of nationalism. And that those are specifically taken because we realize that at the moment, we don't have the capacity to use force to go against nationalism. At various times, they do use force to go against nationalism, but basically throughout the whole Soviet experience, they have the situation that it's there, we can't eliminate it, we still think it's going to disappear. They never give up on this idea that in the future, we are moving towards Lithuanian. So in their sense, it's kind of dialectic, right? That we're doing X to get Y, despite the fact that hopefully X actually goes in the opposite direction. So again, I think it gets back to what Sully is saying. How do they understand nationality policy? Is this a term of analysis, or is this a term of practice? It's a term of practice that it's a policy that has prescriptions, and you can go in different directions, right? If you have, say, a credit policy, you can turn it up, you can turn it down, there are different things that you do with it. It doesn't mean it explains the entirety of the financial system. It's just one set of decisions that a government has that it can go in different directions. That seems to me that is even the most bare bones definition of what constitutes Soviet nationality policy in the minds of the Soviet bolsheviks, and even just those two things, right? Territoriality and ascribed identity, those things that look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've defined the problem precisely. This is exactly a problem. But my argument would be it's responded to in a totally ad hoc way, and one way, by the way, it's responded to is denial. And Stalin says it, Khrushchev says it, Gorbachev says it in the beginning. We have solved the nationality problem, or the nationality question, or problem. I can't remember which. Or it varies. The question. We've solved it. We don't need a policy because we've solved it.
Really, sort of raise the question: does the policy need to be a good policy and effective policy? We lots of politicians that defend themselves.
But what's the policy in saying there isn't a problem? We just
we solve inflation, even though that may be observed. We're not just using the right measures. It's
policy for inflation.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy.
We can get 2 more things in.
Okay,
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Right, let me I want to say very quickly that and I'm not doing anything, but something. So there was a apparent contradiction actually in your in the article to me here, which was you kept saying no meaningful nationality policy, but you also kept saying, or at least after the 1920s, early 1930s. So I thought it was quite interesting because you kept saying no meaningful, but then you kept on saying, but there was a bit, in this early period, and about the passports and the ethno-territorial federation. Also, that's interesting as well because you talked about how the federal structure was born of a rejection of chauvinism. And it becomes this hollow structure in a way, but it can't get rid of it either for the same reason easily. But it's also not imbued with any power in the Stalin. So I don't even know if it counts in a way. It's just a botched job, if you like. I mean, that seems to be what comes out of the we've got to do this. It's the only way. Yeah. And just to answer your thing about negotiation, and were they watching each other? Christophe and Yannick Hassanli show that in Azerbaijan, they were watching what the Latvians were doing. They were reading the Latvian newspapers, although it was disposed of a wheel, i.e. they're not really supposed to talk, they're also supposed to go to Moscow, they were watching it. So, and thinking about this, for me, it's trying to define Soviet nationality policy, as we discuss it, is perhaps it is this, for the Soviet way of dealing with nationality and nationalities. I don't know, I'm trying to put it into a sentence myself, you know. Sorry.
I had very, very fast questions that put many problems when we deal with Russia. I mean, how can we consider Russia as a periphery of the Soviet system? But when we deal with the last years of the Soviet Union, we see an attempt to centralize the nationality policy within Russia. Within Russia, with its own ministry, with its own debates, and so how much does it impact to the other republics, this attempt to renegotiate the imperial deal within the main subject of the union?
But I think the dynamic within the RSFSR is very, very different from the dynamic of the whole Soviet Union, and that's a totally valid point. But you know, perhaps another time we'll have more time to discuss that. I mean, Michael, the federal system, it's what Tim said. It's a way of managing this reality, and you know, it's. I don't think it's interesting. There's an interesting debate I won't go into where in this special meeting in 1923 where you know some people are saying that, well, no, they asked Lenin, is this a temporary measure? How long will it continue? And Lenin replies, it's still long. So there's obviously a belief in large faction of the party, this is all temporary, you know, and then we're going to get rid of nationality differences. And yeah, and just why I qualify this about saying, you know, at least after the 1920s, I mean, Korenizatsiya, I think it's a clear policy and it's implemented. You know, it's whether it works or not is another question, but there's something very clear going on there. But that's abandoned in the beginning of the 1930s.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. And now we have coffee break. Very short, 15 minutes.
Looks like someone wrote to you.
Oh.
So JC. Oh, I see. It's Igor.
That's what happens when you're not here.
Yeah. Well, you could have opened his mic and. Yeah. That's yeah. I don't know if you're listening. The recording of. Yeah, the recording. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a fair point. I think I also make the point in the article that you have different policies in different places. So to talk about a Soviet nationality policy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Symposium, we will have two presenters. Solus gave me a paper where is a few words about both of them. The first one will be Mike Lauder from Glasgow. I pronounced correctly?
You did perfectly, absolutely.
Yeah, Glasgow University, United Kingdom. And here is a couple words about his activities. After holding postdocs in Moscow and Sweden, Mike Lauder is currently a Lever Huma, probably Trust Career Fellow at the Department of Journalist European Studies at the University of Glasgow, and is also editor of Journal of Baltic Studies. In March 22, he takes a permanent position as a lecturer in Central Studies in the University of Glasgow. Though I know Mike as not as an editor, but not only as an editor, but as a researcher, because of his publications, especially focused on Latvia.
That's right.
Yeah, so please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll be continuing some of these discussions we've had earlier with my paper. So Stalin's death was the catalyst for a recalibration of the relationship between the non-Russian Soviet republics and central authorities in Moscow. In the ensuing power struggle, ambitious protégés of the late dictator scrambled to strengthen their support bases in the republics in their bids for the leadership. Minister of the Interior Lavrenti Beria made the first concerted attempt to assume Stalin's mantle. Limited by the hostility and the suspicion of his colleagues who controlled the party and state apparatuses, Beria sought a means to replace those apparatuses wholesale. Beria was not alone in triggering tumult in the Centre-Periphery relationship in spring-summer 1953. Most of the historiography actually excludes any mention of future First Secretary Nikita Khrushchev's role. Yet, in May 1953, concerned about Beria's maneuvers, Khrushchev inserted himself into the process by requesting the Central Committee collect information about the situation in the Baltic republics in parallel to Beria's use of the Interior Ministry's information gathering abilities. Beria reported first about Western Ukraine and Lithuania because resistance movements there were strongest. His report on Lithuania was amended by Khrushchev to incorporate both Beria's analysis and aspects of Khrushchev's document on Lithuania, combining information provided by both the MVD and the Central Committee. And thus, Beria and Khrushchev together formulated the central tenets of the so-called new course in their respective documents about Lithuania, and they developed it through redrafts of their memorandums about Latvia, Estonia, and Belarusia. Beria worked on his own appraisal of the situation in Latvia, and the result was effectively a collaborative effort. And though Beria initiated what became known as the new course, it was Khrushchev who made a substantial contribution towards the finished product. Beria provided a face to the program, while Khrushchev operated behind the scenes. Despite their rivalry during this period, Beria and Khrushchev formed an uneasy alliance to exploit the aggravation caused by the Russian nationalism of the late Stalin years in the Soviet periphery, and to act as a natural bloc against another contender, the USSR Council of Ministers Chairman Georgy Malenkov. Now, Khrushchev's Latvia report noted that between 1950 and 1953, censors confiscated over 155,000 letters expressing negative opinions about the Soviet regime, especially regarding the pervasive use of Russian in all spheres of life. Khrushchev explicitly criticized the overuse of Russian in Latvia in schools with Latvian student majorities, in office work, including all official party and state meetings and correspondence. And Khrushchev concluded this was due to the misuse of Soviet national policy, but admitted no central responsibility. Instead, he accused the Latvian leadership of serious mistakes. Khrushchev did not miss the opportunity to indirectly criticize Beria as security services chief by noting that the security services were overwhelmingly composed of Russians. In February 1953, only 17.5% of state security employees and 6% of its leadership were Latvians. Not a single employee in 8 districts knew Latvian. Khrushchev proposed a new strategy: reject punitive Stalinist methods and emphasize inclusive indigenous recruitment. Beria incorporated this concept within his own plan for Latvia, ordering the co-opting of locals into the security services. And Beria presented the final version of the report on Latvia to the Presidium in early June, where it was adopted as a resolution. And this has been a process of review and adjustment, a joint venture between Khrushchev and Beria, to achieve a compromise for the final Presidium resolution. In his memoirs, Khrushchev recognized the Presidium's support for the initiative. Quote, "It so happened that Beria's position on the question was correct. Russian dominance in the leadership of non-Russian republics had to end, and it coincided with the position of the Central Committee. Everyone knew it was true." End quote. Now, Khrushchev also noted another important change. Quote, we made the decision that a local person should be first secretary in each Union Republic instead of some Russian sent from Moscow. End quote. Convinced by the dire security situation and poor titular representation in the Baltic republics, the Soviet leadership displayed a readiness to take steps to redress the ethnic imbalance in the republic's leaderships. The report argued that Russification in the Baltic republics, but Latvia in particular, had reached damaging proportions. The protocol added that the deficiencies identified in the Lithuanian memorandum apply equally well to Latvia. As the Latvian party and state apparatus remained dominated by Russians, Beria and Khrushchev found that Latvia possessed Soviet structures and mechanisms. But behind that Potemkin edifice, Latvia remained unsovietized, and therefore the Republic had in their eyes not been properly integrated into the USSR. The majority of the population considered the Soviet regime as alien and temporary. Now, the resolution provided instructions on how to correct this situation. Quote, the LCP, the Latvian Communist Party, should quickly put an end to distortions of Soviet nationality policy. One, to consider the main task of the Latvian party to be the preparation, cultivation, and widespread advancement of Latvian cadres to leading party, Soviet, and economic work. To end the practice of selecting non-Latvian cadres. In connection with this, release from their jobs members of the nomenclatura who do not know the Latvian language and put them at the Central Committee's disposal. To stop record keeping in all party government and public organizations of Latvia, not in Latvian, and to conduct Council of Ministers meetings and Latvian party plenums in Latvian. The Latvian Central Committee is to strengthen political and expansionary work among the population, carrying it out in the native language. In a single stroke, Beria and Khrushchev condemned Stalin's national policy and advocated a return to something resembling the 1920s indigenization policy, spurring what they envisaged to be a moderate renationalization of the party, reducing the most glaring indications of external control. So how did the Soviet leadership at that time define national policy? Well, we can pinpoint it through this episode on the ethnicity of, that it was about the ethnicity of leading cadres and surrounding language use by the government and in propaganda. Despite his control of the police, Beria lacked a political machine outside of the Transcaucasus. Encouraging the indigenization of local leaderships offered a way for Beria to rapidly build a support base in the Union Republic's party apparatuses by securing the promotion of indigenous cadres, by championing a political program that was not already adopted by the collective leadership in Moscow. And this principle offered a way of recruiting a following within the party elite, a general impersonal policy that would generate appointees who knew they were indebted to Beria for their posts without him having been personally chosen by them. And this would also suit non-Russian elites who wanted to widen the power of their republic's authorities and the border and the borders of acceptable cultural autonomy. And thus they made themselves assets in the succession battle. Beria's efforts to enhance the authority of the titular nationalities at the local level dovetailed, as we say in English, with moves to strengthen his own position at the center. Khrushchev needed to compete with Beria to extend and defend his own political base in Ukraine and to block Beria from gaining more support among titular elites. Now, I don't have time to delve into the remarkable catalyst that was the new course for Latvians to assert themselves within the Latvian Communist Party. And I rewrote this paper a couple of times, actually, trying to cram it in, and I just decided I can't manage it. So I will briefly discuss a relevant microcosm, the effect on the Latvian MVD. Beria saw the importance of rebalancing the security services' ethnic composition as part of his campaign for peripheral support, and to change the strategy in the struggle between the predominantly Russian Soviet security forces and nationalist partisans. Acknowledging Khrushchev's criticism, Beria blamed these mistakes on the shortage of Latvian cadres in his ranks, explaining, quote, "We failed to create operatives of Latvian nationality. The existing police school in Riga is made up mostly of citizens from the USSR's central regions. Instruction takes place in Russian, and there are no learning materials in Latvian. Consequently, there are very few Latvians working in the Latvian MVD," end quote. Overall, indigenous Latvian representation comprised just 15% in 1953. Beria's personal intervention had a profound and immediate effect on the security services. He personally ordered 11 Russian officers back to Moscow and a thorough replacement of personnel with a stern warning. Quote, "If even one Russian surname remains on the lists, you will be arrested and prosecuted for distortion of party policy," end quote. Ivanov, an ethnic Russian, later removed as Latvia's deputy police minister by Beria and sent to Moscow's police department, testified that his orders were to replace all governing MVD bodies with Latvian employees and transfer all Russian officers to lower positions. This was no bluff, as the Latvianization campaign kicked into gear. These orders were swiftly implemented in the Latvian MVD, including the removal of rank-and-file NKVD employees. The results were remarkable. Within days, Latvians replaced nearly all senior officials. In all, 232 officers lost their positions. Attitudes inside the MVD changed as suddenly as its officers. In one example, department head Kornashov gave instructions to one of his employees in Latvian. When the employee replied that he could not understand, Kornashov rebuked him, quote, "You've been living in Latvia for 12 years, eat Latvian bread, and do not know how to speak Latvian," unquote. Inflammatory statements were recorded by former Interior Minister Nikolai Kovalchuk, who, perhaps recalling his native Poland, stated at a meeting of MVD operatives, quote, "The imperial government pursued a national policy on the periphery of Russia that was ostensibly more flexible than our party," and along with Police Chief Krastinch, referred to Russians as the occupiers of Latvia. Beria left nothing to chance in Latvia. In June 1953, he allegedly, personally and secretly visited the MVD headquarters in Riga without the knowledge of the Latvian leadership. Presumably, if this is the case, Beria wanted to directly oversee the implementation of the MVD's ethnic restructuring. Beria's strategy to gain power by using new nationality policy to become a champion for non-Russians was ultimately unsuccessful, because it made him sufficiently dangerous to his enemies to provoke them without doing enough to cause them immediate serious harm. Between March and May, the new course was the rationale for Beria's collaboration with Khrushchev. But by late June, it was a crucial factor in creating the coalition against him. Khrushchev recalled that he feared an offensive was underway against the party, and that the party was being subordinated to the MVD. He prepared an elaborate ambush for Beria on the 26th of June, and a special Central Committee plenum was convened for his denunciation. At the plenum, Khrushchev used Beria as a convenient scapegoat, heaping blame upon the imprisoned MVD chief for permitting an overzealous and uncontrollable nationality policy, while admitting his own role in the construction and promulgation of the new course. He later claimed that, quote, Beria was preparing a meat grinder, end quote, because his nationality politics created the conditions for ethnic conflict. Khrushchev successfully masked his contribution to the new course once it became convenient to denounce it as Beria's erroneous policy. And Khrushchev described Beria's aim as being to split the Soviet peoples for his own nefarious machinations. Quote, Beria speaks under the guise of implementing Stalin's policy on nationalities, but in reality, he drives a wedge between ethnic groups, end quote. Khrushchev's political maneuvering was exceptional. He eliminated Beria, his most serious rival. At the July plenum, he found it politically expedient to denounce the very same policy he helped to create. Khrushchev then appropriated the policy that he blamed Beria for designing, later modifying it as he saw fit. Khrushchev's opinion on nationality was subject to purely pragmatic considerations, so were Beriy's, to be fair. He went from a strongly pro-minority position in December 1949 to cooperate with Stalin's campaign against bourgeois nationalism and Jewish citizens in autumn 1952, before collaborating with Beria in 1953. Khrushchev incorporated elements of the new course into his own management of the party from 1956. And after Beria's denunciation, Khrushchev walked a tightrope, oscillating between permitting some elements of korenizatsiya and encouraging splizhenie, the merger of peoples, in his characteristic and inconsistent and zigzagging way. I wonder, is it rhetoric? Perhaps this was Soviet nationality policy in practice, one might say. Returning to my mini case of the Latvian SSR MVD, reports emerged demonstrating the deep impact of the new course between May and July 1953. Continuing after Beria's arrest, archival evidence shows that in Latvia, it swung immediately into action during the brief weeks between 12th of June Presidium resolution and the 7th of July, when the Moscow's Beria conspiracy plenum ended. Several senior Interior Ministry officials in Latvia were criticized for nationalistic actions. Deputy Policing Minister Sieks wrote instructions on official documents in Latvian, knowing that there would be employees who implementing them who did not know Latvian. And my favorite example, which I've crowbarred into this, Sieks himself spoke Latvian quite haphazardly, but intent on demonstrating his zeal for the new party line, personally broke a typewriter with Cyrillic letters. Within the MVD, being an ethnic Russian appeared grounds for dismissal. The ethnically Russian police chief for Talsi district was born and raised in Latvia. He spoke fluent Latvian and he had good knowledge of local conditions, but he was dismissed. He was offered a position in the RSFSR instead. And this case appears to be an MVD outlier though. One report examined language competency among Justice Ministry staff. Where there were cases of a lack of proficiency in Latvian, personnel were dismissed in favor of ethnic Latvian employees. Being an ethnic Latvian, such as instructor Volkdail, despite not having mastered the Latvian language, was sufficient for him to retain his position because he could rectify the situation quickly. Latvian-speaking Russians retained their positions if they were learning Latvian or there were no Latvian cadres available to take their places. When it was useful for Russians to retain their positions, language, not nationality, was the determining factor. And we can infer this from the unofficial line on whether a person could keep their job. Yet, without concrete instructions as to how to carry out the new course, the results were not uniform. MVD chiefs complained that Beria's restructuring brought the fight with the partisans to a standstill because of the changed tactics designed to end repressions of the partisans. Ending the worst excesses of MVD repressions was an important point in Khrushchev and Beria's memorandums. And initially, Beria's initiatives appeared to have a counterproductive effect, yet the partisan war dwindled rapidly, largely due to amnesties organized by Beria. And now, just to conclude, on the fate of the new course. The new course was more than a paper tiger, as illustrated by the MVD mini case. And there is much more evidence on other areas to support this in my Europe-Asia Studies article on the subject. After Beria's arrest, the Presidium became nervous, having unleashed forces they did not anticipate, evidenced by the unexpected level of anti-Russian sentiment, particularly in Latvia. And whether intentionally or not, Beria fostered anti-Russian reactions in the republics through the new course. There was little to prevent this sudden and unchecked return to korenizatsiya from spiraling out of control, given the leeway permitted to the republics in interpreting and enacting the Presidium's resolutions. Therefore, after Beria was denounced at the July plenum, the new course was officially curtailed with the annulment of the 12th of June resolution, which had created the conditions for it. Yet the decisions of the crucial June 1953 Latvian Communist Party plenum were not repealed, and processes of nativization of cadres and increased use of titular languages were allowed to quietly continue. While lists for dismissal were indeed drawn up and Russian personnel were dismissed, only a small fraction of the Russians in Latvia actually returned to the RSFSR. Historians remain divided on the impact of the new course and whether it survived. And I love quoting people when they're here. So Dinah, for example, maintains that, quote, the measures envisaged by resolutions of the plenary meeting were not implemented. But she concedes this brief attempt was not forgotten. While Jeremy notes that Berria's colleagues never really abandoned these mild pro-nationality cadre policies. And several historians consider that the new course was not so easily dismantled after the July Central Committee plenum, nor do I think that that was Khrushchev's intention. Certainly, it proved difficult to rescind in Latvia, where the archival evidence suggests that the new course survived Berria's downfall in a more clandestine fashion. Berria's courting of the republics permitted them greater flexibility over local affairs, which risked causing more upheaval to fully undo. And the July reversal of the new course and Berria's execution in December 1953, however, ensured there could be no public discussion about the Latvian Party's July plenum decisions. It was not until after the 20th Party Congress in 1956 that Latvian national communism began to openly take shape. And 6 years later, in 1959, Presidium member Nuritin Mukitinov chastised the national communists for the trouble they caused with their national policy, which incorporated aspects of the new course. And supposedly, when Mukitinov reprimanded their leader Berklavs, he drew another comparison with 1953. Quote, Comrade Berklavs, Beria was shot for having similar views. What do you suggest we do with you? You have something to think about, end quote. So the spectre of Beria's fate persisted long after his death. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Michael. Now, so remarks and questions.
Oh, to me, oh, right, sorry, I thought okay.
Oh, we have two, so please.
Well, to begin, I do just disagree a little bit with the argument that during this tactical alliance between Beria and Khrushchev that it was directed against Vyko, that it succeeded that. Key to Beria's strategy was maintaining that alliance with Vyko. Part of this involves the reasons for the dismissal of the Ukrainian party chief Vyko, that I talked about at your conference in Glasgow. And similar as I argued there, I think that the extreme Russification of the late Stalin period in Ukraine and the Western borderlands, I think that is the divergence from the norm. That's the thing that's unusual. That what both Beria and Khrushchev were thinking about is kind of a return to what was the standard practice. And as I argued at the Glasgow conference, I think Beria in particular had this mindset about what nationality policy internationalization meant, where he was coming from in the Transcaucasus, and basically extending that to the Western borderlands. And so this is where we disagree with Jeremy, and I don't think colonization ever ended. That Ukraine was the exception, that the 1932 colonization was something unusual. And that elsewhere it not only continued, but it doubled down. It took a different form of supporting the large nationalities with the large union republics. That's happened particularly in the Transcaucasus as well. And what they were doing here was extending that to the Western borderlands, and ultimately that continues even after.
Sure. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And like I said, I mean, I'm compressing an 18,000 word chapter into 2.5K, and you're absolutely right. I have obscured the, and I do obviously go into that. You've read this, and I do go into the fact that the things were shifting very quickly, and between who was with Malenkov, and so it's quite it's quite fluid. But yeah, and of course that, and I go into the point about what eventually triggers Beria's fall with Ukraine, and so yeah, I completely agree. So I did obscure that there. So you're absolutely right. Yeah, well, I think that it's an interesting debate about what happened to colonization. So, but I won't take up any time. Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremy, I
questions?
think had a question.
Jeremy, no. No.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. And we started off saying this is all about the need for Bishop and Berry to get support from the Republics and kind of return to that later on. But I think it's all about, and it's been said, it's this abnormality in Ukraine and other places, and we have these reports, and so are we. First question: are we making a realist assumption that it's all our politics? It's all about getting the votes in the Central Committee, or is there another interpretation, which is that they actually saw Stalin who got it wrong, and there were serious problems here in managing the Nationalnyi vopros, and we need to put this right.
Yeah, it's well, obviously, I mean, this is always the tricky thing because we can't be in their minds, can we? And that's so we have to read it from their actions and that sort of thing. I suspect from their pronunciation, that there is some degree of genuine concern, that things have gone wrong and gone out of control. I think that is fairly clear. But I don't. Again, this is one of these situations where I think it's both. I think it's also, but it's also how can I use this to my advantage? I think that's my reading of the situation, I guess. Yeah.
More questions or remarks or?
Well,
Yeah, please.
perhaps my question to some extent repeats what already was being asked here, but what makes me a bit uneasy is this: why Khrushchev sided with Beria in this question, taking into account that, in fact, he was rather, I suppose he was more conservative in national questions than Beria in this regard. I'm not sure that he was, he sincerely sided with Beria as regards politics towards the Baltic republics and Western Ukraine and so on. Perhaps he at least from Ukrainian experience, he understood this problem better than many other people. But anyway, his later politics and his politics as regards Latvia in 1959 says that he was afraid of local nationalism. So was it only tactics, or perhaps there is something more in this short-lived siding with very own national question?
So by definition, then you would probably be on with Jeremy's question answering that it would be more power politics than it would be in any opinion. So interesting. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I think, yeah, I mean, well, I think I've always had a difference of opinion with people about Khrushchev in 1959 in general. I definitely, obviously, I don't think there's any question Khrushchev doesn't like local nationalism, but I think it's about what he believes or how he's influenced. But yeah, I mean, why did he side with Beria? I think it's, I think he saw the way the wind was blowing possibly at this time, that there was a need to do something different. But I also think that it's, yeah, I mean, it is fairly pragmatic. Yeah. I had something else to say, but I forgot it, but we will come to it.
As far as I remember, Zubkova wrote something about why they, yeah.
Thank you, you've just reminded me.
Yeah.
No, go on. I was going to say that, you know, it's not actually, thank you so much, actually, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's not just me saying it, like, you know, it's actually me building on Zubkova and on Tandberg, on Tino Tandberg as well, about this, that, and it's just that I just went more focused on Latvia, whereas they were more, their work was on the Baltics as a whole. But yeah, I mean, it's quite clear from these documents in Ragani about that that they were working to bring this together and form some sort of consensus opinion. So yeah, it's not really. I can't claim that this is just my idea. This is building on the work of two other pretty excellent scholars in the form of Zubkova and Tamberg. Yeah.
Okay. No more questions? Ben, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. And we will ask Saulius Grybkauskas to present his ideas. The title of his presentation will survive under communism, theoretical discussions of ideological 60s, 70s. No, everybody of us, we know Saulius very well. Anyway, I will add something from his bio. He's a senior researcher fellow at the Lithuanian Institute of History. His research interests include Soviet Centre-Periphery relations, central agencies in Soviet Republic, Soviet nationality policy, and nomenclatura network. He has published Soviet nomenclatura and industry in Lithuania between 65-85. Lithuania, 2011, governing the Soviet Union's national republics, the second secretary of the Communist Party in English, 2021. He is also co-editor and co-author of several monographs, including a political geography of Algirdas Brazauskas, secretary of Lithuanian Communist Party, and the last one, and Moscow and the non-Russian republics in the Soviet Union, 2022. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Vladis, for so nice introduction.
Yeah.
Yes, so in 1986, a teacher of literature, Lithuanian literature, in small town, district town, Širvintos, that is very close to Vilnius, asked in the class, asked her pupil of 7th degree, okay, people, what do you think about communism? When communism will be reached? And I was the first who raised the hand and said, communism will be reached when everyone will graduate at a high school. And my schoolmate, Thomas Rokas, he reacted immediately and added, and music school too. So, and all class broke to the laughing, and it was a very good joke, and I laughed too. And because it was a little bit offensive, of course, because I was the only one boy who was attending music school. But nevertheless, I'm going here not to speak about this issue, not because to solve my to say about my traumas that goes from Soviet past, yes, but because this is not in this group of such psychological support, but this is VILNIUS Symposium, yes. So, but I introduced this because I talked about this because for me it's interesting about this Communist Party program. I found big collection, so in Uber archive. So this original this collection is from Moscow, from RSP. So, and I made many copies from this collection in 2012. Yes, in 2012 and 13, and now, you know, we unfortunately are not able to go to Moscow, collect new material. So this is why I started to look at my old sources that I got from the past, and I found it very interesting, and especially, and I think this fits very well to our topic. So, and my topic is, and theme of my presentation is, will nation survive under communism? So I take only a small part of this program. Yes, talking about not just whole program. Yeah. So and my presentation consists from three subjects or three questions. First of all, so making of this program, of Communist Party program, the very one. So, and Khrushchev, during Khrushchev time. Yeah, so the second question is about sphere of higher education and practice. So we know Jeremy made research on this issue, but I took a little bit another angle for this. And the first is, finally, I will speak a little bit about notions and concept of the Soviet nationality. Yeah, so firstly, Project Sosny finds and making of a first KPSU program in 1958 and till 1961. Sosny was a luxury sanatorium in the woods outside Moscow, where a big group of Soviet experts lived and worked together in preparing the draft of the program. Sosny was a part of Kremlin Department of Medical Treatment, and it was the second largest sanatorium in surrounding of Moscow after Barvikha. Why this Project Sosny and the program itself is still relevant today, researching Soviet history and nationality policy. Jeremy Smith argues correctly that statements of the program and its theoretical trajectories towards nation drawing closer, sblижение, were soon overplayed by local nomenclatura. Nevertheless, we should take into consideration the program's dissemination and propaganda. Society discussed widely on these issues. Of course, many of these discussions were mandatory, ordered by party functionaries. As Taubman argues, publication of the draft program in 1961 began what Soviet propagandists hailed as mammoth national discussion, in which 4.6 million people took part at party and non-party meetings. Secondly, the Project Sosny is useful in learning more about ideological context of relationship between Moscow and Soviet republics. In changing ideological accents, we could see tendencies to limit power of local nomenclature. So we can see both tendencies, yeah, kind of. In the context of the program, the topic of nationality policy is concentrated in two parts and takes a small place comparing to other program schemes like economy, defense policy, and so on. One paragraph in part 1 and separate section 4 in the part 2 named task in sphere of nationality relationship. Задачи партии в области национальных отношений. The first paragraph speaks about the nationality question that was solved under Soviet rule. So it is done, yes? So just small paragraph about it. But I should say, nevertheless, that after the war, the Second World War II, I think Thomas and Armenian press secretary raised this question again, and he wrote a big letter to Moscow and arguing that, of course, this nationality, this national question was solved till the second Великая Отечественная война, yes? But now the situation was changed because large territory was occupied, because new countries, new republics were attached to Soviet Union. And because of that, we need to reconsider this national question. But as far I saw that Moscow didn't give any response to this, or say to go further, to allow go further in this question. And second perhaps example could be Latsis and national communists. Yes, when all Latvian leadership, national communist leadership, was invited to Presidium KPSU in Moscow. Latsis, who was chair of Council of Ministers, Latvian, yes, he started to talk about some issues, about some problems, and said, but nevertheless, national question is solved already. And Khrushchev reacted very nervous. He said, no, it didn't. So, but he didn't expand this. He didn't go further into details. So it was a psychological reaction, just so it didn't, he said. Yes. So coming back to this program, so the section 4, so task in sphere of nationality relation, in part 2 has 882 words. This is a quite small text for analysis, and it is easy to answer to the main question of my paper, which is, will nations survive under communism? Yeah. It allows simple answer. Yes, for some time, nations will remain even when the communism will be reached. The futuristic narrative says only that after victory of communism in USSR, nations will draw even closer one to another. Erasing of nationality differences, especially linguistic ones, is even longer process than erasing of class differences. This high estimation of nation, its ability to survive, is surprising because in common imagination, at least mine, reaching of communism could be seen as a final point of development of the processes or the end of the history. Because of that, it is interesting to follow step of creating this narrative from the beginning, its evolution. According to William Taubman, I quote, supervised by Khrushchev himself, the commission completed an initial draft by the fall of 1958. As we could see from very well-documented Project Sosny, writing of sections manuscript started at the latest on 14 July 1958. We see that already in that day, two versions of expanded plan, so-called plan prospect, на русском, were prepared. Three scientists who wrote a very first draft of the section about nationality policy were not Russian, but so-called nationals. One Finn, Mika Kamari, and two Armenians, Gregat Azizyan and Ivan Tsamerian. But I should say that all this trio lived and worked in Moscow. No, not they didn't come to for that reason, for that research and for writing this draft from national republics. They already had positions in Moscow, in this Marxist-Leninism Institute and in universities. So the prospectus prepared by Kamari, Tsamerian, and Gregat Azizyan took 3 pages alone, was considerable more than entire text on the subject in the final approved program. The text prepared by Miko Kamari recites characteristic comments such as, for example, why it talks only about the nationalism and not about great Russian chauvinism. Colleagues who read Kamari prepared draft had also doubts if it is proper to speak about merging of small nations with larger ones. This point shows that small nations were intended to be taken as laboratories for testing how drawing closer, сближение, and the merging of nations, слияние, should start, especially from small nations. So we have, in this manuscript or draft, we have kind of strategy, how to begin this сближение. Yes, so all nations, all Soviet nations will merge, yes, in the future. We will have fusion, but when it starts and from what it will start. The prospectus of Kamari presents 3 main points, which basically answers to the topic of my paper today. I quote, the communist nation is the highest stage of the development and flowering of nations. Communist nations will develop alongside the capitalist system until the victory of the dictatorship of the proletariat throughout the world. And this will lead to a merging of the nations after the victory and establishment of communism, the highest phase throughout the world. As we see in the approved program of the KPSO in 1961, this extensively long perspective of dependency of merging nations after communism in every country was abandoned and was limited to USSR only. The work done by this trio was followed by authoritative review. In September 1959, as we can see from Ponomarev's assistant, the highly respectful letter, the draft of section was sent to Dmitry Ivanovich Chesnakov. During his and others' revision, important statements were deleted from the draft, live quote. Really intelligent considerations of national characteristics, comprehensive national form and culture, preservation and use of national statehood will ensure the coming merging of the nations. End of quote. Here we can see an obvious shift and willingness to talk about statehood of nations. what's more, in another place too, statehood of nation is erased and replaced by federation of nation already without statehood. So, okay, I live here, this question of program, because it's huge, a huge question, and we can follow and write not one, I think, some couple or few articles about that. So it's very interesting to follow this evolution, yes, how they worked on that. We know that the different stages, and even Khrushchev worked a little bit on that, but he had only one suggestion, and not very important. And what is interesting, and that supports Jeremy's notion that this national question, national policy, not question, didn't got big attention. Economy, other things, defense, and other things were more important. And this was like very sophisticated, and even KPSU apparatus, yes, when it prepared some comments, some suggestions for this project and drafts, it says nothing about nationality policy already. So because it's like, you know, and Izvestia too, when Izvestia sent back for commentaries for improvement, not Izvestia, Pravda. So Pravda already prepared how this publication should look before it came out, publicly. So we can see any corrections in the section on nationality problems or on future nationality. So okay, so I leave this big question for public consideration. I have too many to read, and yes, to prove and to check in this collection still, yeah. So now I would like to turn to another case, to another, say, practice, more not theory, but practice, from native nationality to native residence. And this small example shows how Soviet nationality policy could work in practice. As I already mentioned it in the first part of this presentation, Soviet ideologists looked carefully for social economic changes in Soviet republics. Approach of the center's institution could be quite simple, like self-evident. Process of disappearance of ethnicities and nationalities should start from below. Slight changes in understanding who is a person of native nationality and should he be treated differently from native resident. Question here is what we mean by Russian word korenoy, yeah? Who is person of native nationality? The example below presents now how term local residents could substitute the strong principle of nationality and even receive support from some Soviet republics, from leaders of Soviet republics. Education reform was widely discussed, as I mentioned it. Jeremy Smith made publications about it. I will take as an example a practice that directly follows from the policy of Koreanization, attracting young residents of Soviet republics to study in Moscow, Leningrad, and other cities of Russia and Ukraine. This program called, I quote, assistance to Soviet Republic to educate local nationalities cadres in Central High School. By Central High School meant only Moscow and Leningrad and some Ukraine high school, but not in Tbilisi, not in Riga, of course. So you can see kind of hierarchy, yes, of high school institutions. Only in 1945 to 1948, 1,200 students were sent from Soviet republics and national districts to study in high school of Moscow and Leningrad. Yet, since 1962, according to the Ministry of Higher Education of USSR, at the request of the Soviet republics themselves, this important policy has been changed and reformulated from the local nationality of republics to native population. According to the ministry, the first proposal to send residents of the republics of all nationalities instead of only Kazakhs was made by Kazakhstan, and other republics followed suit. The ministry used also statistic to prove its decision to attract all residents of the republic instead of ones of local nationality. I quote, according to census data, 1959 Kazakhs accounted for 30% of the total population, when Russians made up 42.7%. In Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyz made up 40.5%, when Russians 30.2%, Uzbeks 10.6%. In Tajikistan, Tajiks only 33.1%, and so on. This change was very important because it shows how gradually, taking into account the changed ethnic composition within the republics, new national policies were legitimized, and the most important principles of affirmative actions were erased, disappearing just. So, and this turned me a little bit to talk a little bit about Soviet concepts of nationality policy, to follow Jeremy's talk. The Soviet concept of nation embraces both the primordialistic notion that speaks of a natural nation of culture and constructivist or modernist elements. Although Soviet theoreticians rejected the notion of the nation as the eternal and unchanging entity and criticized any reference to the significance of blue ties to national identity, they recognize the objectivity of the nation existing at a certain stage of its development. Nations were attributed not only language and territory, but also personality traits that are recognizable through culture and in particular art. On the one hand, the Soviet ideology, the Marxist terminology of the base and the superstructure plays a nation-building role, because nation, even if it is objective, undergoes changes under the influence of other objective conditions, especially through economic and social development. On the other hand, under the conditions of different economic orders, objective nations are allowed sensitively and with respect to flourish. It is recognized that even with the existing object process on the flourishing, расцвет, drawing closer, сближение, and eventually merging of nations, влияние, it is not enough to merely observe this process. Intensive action also is required. Who decides how to act, who observes and controls this objective process of the development of nations, and who chooses what should be done at the particular period. So, if I come back to this example, one small case from higher education, so you can see objective changes, yes, because nationality and content, statistics show that the republic are changing, yes. So, and this gives to Moscow, to the ministry, to follow these changes and to introduce new practices, yes, to change this policy of affirmative action, yes. So it's like to go further and to erase some important politics. And I would agree if a little bit I would like to turn to discussion, our discussion and Jeremy's talks. And for me, it's very interesting. I like Jeremy's approach about accuracy, but we need accuracy to take this notion, Soviet notion, ideologemas, yes, this is very accurate and not, they were, in our opinion, just very common opinion. This is like, general thing. So, and I remember how I argued with my friend and colleague, VILNIUS Symposиum, when his book was prepared. The book, title of the book is Rašytojai tautų draugystės imperijoje. So it's like writers in the empire of Дружба народов. Yes, so I said to him and suggested that this is nonsense. So it could be Дружба народов. Дружба народов includes horizontal ties, yes, but not vertical ones. So empire, if you talk about empire, you need to show vertical side. Okay, so probably I leave more for discussions.
Maybe you have short questions or remarks because we are almost on lunchtime.
Very short remark.
Please.
You spoke that there were no higher education for those republics. It was concentrated in the center, but there was a higher party school in Vilnius.
Yeah, it was.
Here, actually, yes, it was the pedophilia, yes, of course, but I'm talking not about a party education. I talk mainly about, about a higher education that Moscow provided such policy. Policy was, to help Soviet republics and oblasti, national oblasti, to educate their own young specialists. And in order, so some, of course, the natural way was to send young people to universities, institutes in the republic, in their own republics. But it was another pattern. Another pattern was to send to Moscow, directly to Moscow, and help them. So just policy introduced some. And I would say that Lithuania, Soviet Lithuania used this way very much. And because it was a very attractive way, and not just, and what I found very interesting, that also this way tried to take not only Lithuanians, local nationality Lithuanians, ethnically Lithuanians, but Russians too, who came with family here to Vilnius, to Kaunas, and of course Moscow was a desired place to study, yes, and no language problems, yes, so no other problems, places where to live, yeah, so because family still, part of family still lived in Moscow or Leningrad, so it was desired direction of education. So for me it's very interesting.
Interesting thing is part of the education is part of affirmative action.
Yeah.
We have specialists on this.
Anyway, we have a lot of specialists here, but it's a lunchtime, So I think that we will, I don't know where it will be, maybe Saulius knew, or where will be the lunch, or it's up to us where to go, to the bar, to the coffee shop.
I think our guest who could invite to the hotel, to us to the hotel, because lunch will be in the hotel, in the
That's
canteen.
fine.
Yeah, so in the restaurant of the hotel.
And we will go to the pub.
All together, that's fine. Because the lunch is after 15 minutes and it's 11 minutes more.
I am James Fowler. I have the which is on nationality and cadre policy in the Baltic Republics and Georgia. And I have the pleasure of introducing our first speaker, one of the Lithuanian Institute of History's own, Vladas Sirkevičius. I remember the he has a new book coming out. When will it be out? When? Yes.
I hope next year in the very beginning.
Excellent, how exciting. And what will the title be? Just remind us.
Political power and ethnicity.
Political power and ethnicity.
Ethnicity, I mean.
Yes, very exciting. So, and today his paper will be entitled National Aspects of the Cadre Policy in Stalinist Lithuania, 1944 to 1953. Take it away, Vladas.
Okay, thank you, Michael. My presentation will be shorter, I hope. After listening to the discussions from the very beginning by Jeremy, you, and Saulius, my idea that Soviet Union had a nationality policy became even stronger. Yeah. Second, the cadres policy, or speaking more specifically, promotion of local national cadres, in Russian Nationality, was important strategy of nationality policy during late Stalinism in Soviet Lithuania, and not only during the period of Stalinism. Third, policy of promotion of national cadres, Lithuanians, first of all, in Soviet Lithuania, created tensions in the Communist Party among Lithuanians and non-Lithuanians, though it had no dramatic consequences for the party leadership and for those Lithuanians who were accused of bourgeois nationalism and so on, in comparison what happened to leaders of Communist Party in Soviet republics in the late 20s and early 30s. Let's say in Ukraine. From 1994 to 1946, Central Committee or Bureau adopted 3 important resolutions, documents concerning Lithuanian Communist Party. In all 3 documents, Moscow criticized the leadership of Lithuanian communists for various reasons, and particularly Lithuanian patriotism criticized for not actively fighting against bourgeois nationals in the local administration and in the Soviet apparatus. On the other hand, Lithuanian Communist Party leadership was criticized for not promoting local cadres. What is necessary to stress that in 2 documents adopted by Moscow in 1944 and 1945, nothing was said about promotion of national cadres. In both documents, the principle of promotion was political, loyalty to the Soviet government, quote, преданные советской власти трудящиеся. But the 3rd document very clearly pointed out the importance of promoting cadres of titular nation, to руководящих должностей. Moscow criticized Vilnius, and Vilnius criticized party heads in provinces, party secretaries in districts that were too passive, indecisive, and not promoting progressive workers of local nationality. Also, the same reason. For the same reason, heads of ministries even were criticized. In 1946, after checking the work of People's Commissariat of Finance, Alexandras Drobnys was the head of commissariat. At that time, Commissar was not only urged more actively to get rid of hostile and political unreliable elements, but also to promote to financial workers and working peasants who proved their loyalty to the motherland. It was proposed even to organize special courses for such a new staff. It is not known how Drobnys reacted to such initiative, and whatever he responded at all. So after 1966, data were promoted from lower level to higher positions in bureaucratic apparatus, Lithuanians and Lithuanians started to be recorded more carefully, constantly, and more accurately. Though it doesn't mean that Lithuanian party leadership ignored totally promotion of cadres in Lithuanians before 1946, but statistics about the period from 1945 to 1945 is very fragmented, incomplete, and contradictory. So I will give some statistics about how it looked like after 1946. In 1946, for party work, from lower to higher positions, we appointed more than 500 persons. Among party members, Lithuanians, 58%. Among Komsomol members, even 87%. What it means, party work. Party work means instructors of party committees, secretaries of party committees, or in periphery, countryside. Komsomol members were promoted to secretaries of Komsomol organizations in countryside too. So it's a little bit controversial. Could it be called a promotion, especially from lower positions to the high, especially having in mind that in 1946 in the countryside was the guerrilla war. So it was a very controversial promotion, very risky promotion for those who were promoted. In 1947, during the first half of the year, to руководящие должности in party, Komsomol, Soviets, and industrial bodies were promoted 1,060 persons, Lithuanians 67%. In 1948, only in party apparatus, to руководящие должности on different levels of party apparatus. were promoted 259 persons, Lithuanians 60%. In 1949, to Ukavadesha and responsible positions were promoted 452 persons, Lithuanians 53%. Data are different, but for example, in the report of one central of Daniil Shupikov, who was a member of the Central Committee, and he sent a huge report to the Moscow, to the Central Committee in 1947, it was said that in nomenclatura, the number of promoted was much higher than it was said in some other statistical reports. More than 3,000 persons were promoted, and Lithuanians, more than 70%. The number of promoted non-party members was 44%. Sniečkus in Sixth Party Congress in February 1949 said that during period from 1946 to 1948 to the Rukavadesha должности were promoted in different positions. So sometimes it's they use the same words, but the content of this is different. Yeah? Were promoted more than 9,000 persons, and about 70% were Lithuanians. The same trend continued in the beginning of the 50s. Majority of the promoted were Lithuanians in 1950, more than 56%. In 1951, the Rukavadesha Rabot were promoted about 54% of Lithuanians. The number of promoted Lithuanians increased dramatically in 1953. To Rukavadesha, those who were promoted in different positions, only in party apparatus, were promoted more than 700 employees of local nationality. First of all, Lithuanians, so the number of Poles was very little. It was more than 75%, and non-party members amount was 24%. In summary, it can be said that the number of Lithuanians promoted to a new higher position was the highest at the time around 1947 and 1948. Then the relative number of Lithuanian communists in the party was very small, very low. And not only in the party in general, but in party apparatus was very slow. In central apparatus was very slow. The number of promoted Lithuanians increased dramatically in 1953 because of so-called new nationality policy, initiated by Beria and Khrushchev. Promotion of what it means, you discussed a little bit, promotion of local cards, to use Lithuanian language in party and Soviet apparatus. Also, by changes in territorial administrative division of Lithuania. Oblast system, which was introduced in the beginning of the 50s, were abolished, and part of apparatus in Oblast was dominated by the newcomers Russians, first of all. And instead of Oblast, where more than 80 districts were established. A match of ministries, which also the highest apparatus of ministers, the higher positions, were dominated by the so-called newcomers, Russians, first of all. And the last section of the presentation, the promotion of the national cadres influenced two types of conflicts. The first, between different authorities of Soviet Lithuania. Non-party member, his name Chinas, in 1947 was appointed director of the factory in Kaunas City, which was dominated by Lithuanians. This decision was taken by the Ministry of Light Industry, according to the officials of the ministry, promoting worker to director's position. In such way, they responded to the requirements from the Lithuanian Communist Party Central Committee. Such a decision caused tensions between ministry and the city's Kaunas Party Committee. The first secretary of the city's party committee complained to the Central Committee of Lithuania. In the letter, the director was accused of incompetence, but also political disloyalty. It was said in the letter that the director refused to employ communists, and that there is no party organization in the fact. So Kaunas Party Committee, head of the Kaunas Party Committee, proposed to dismiss the director from the office. But the ministry was against, And what is strange, his position was supported by the Central Committee, so the director continued to perform his duties. The second group of conflicts has clear national character. In complaints that were usually sent to Moscow, to party leaders, starting from Stalin to others, of various party and Soviet institutions, Lithuanian managers, directors, secretaries of party communists, or even in few cases, even ministers, were accused of bourgeois nationalism. That they, Lithuanian managers or secretaries, promote to higher officers their co-nationals and ignoring local loyal communist non-Lithuanians. The authors, well, majority of such letters were demobilized military personnel, usually Russians, who afterward decided to stay, live in Soviet Lithuania. So these persons consider what this archive material showed to research. So these persons consider the policy of promotion of representatives of titular nation, Lithuanians, not only as discriminatory towards Russians, but also as violation of the principle of Stalin's national policy and friendship between Soviet nationalities. And here's one of the examples. I must say, typical one. The mobilized military personnel workers of Russian nationality from Klaipėda, who was very, after the Second World War, became very Russian city, or maybe Slavic city. Klaipėda accused new director of the fact that it was Lithuanian. They sent a letter to the Central Committee, to the Supreme Soviet. In the letter they put, yeah, that new director, Lithuanian Julius Kedys, who really was a loyalist, who took part in the Second World War in the Red Army. Before that, he was an active supporter of the Communist, not a member of the Communist Party, just supporter. He became joined the party in 1943. Was accused not only of incompetence, as usually, but also that he started new nationality policy. And the result of that policy was that a dozen of Russian workers, communists, lost their job. Instead of Russians, new director employed Lithuanians, and sometimes not loyal. According to the authors of the letter, director said in the meeting openly, "You Russians have nothing to do here in Lithuania. Return to Russia, we'll have better living conditions." Usually, during Stalinism, such a statement was interpreted by the party or by the MKP as a manifestation of the bourgeois nationalism. So it could, the end of the person who said such things could be very complicated, sometimes even dramatic. From Moscow, the letter of complaint was sent to Vilnius, to party central committee, and from Vilnius to Klaipėda party committee. After inspection, Klaipėda party first secretary, Russian Smirnov, who arrived after the Second World War to Lithuania, in a report to Vilnius wrote that dismissal of all workers were legal. He added that workers were characterized by appreciate and disciplined behavior. The accusation of national statehood was not confirmed. In a meeting, and the first secretary wrote that in a meeting with workers, directors spoke about the need to encourage the promotion of local national cadres. So, concluded party secretary, accusations against the director has no basis. The response to Moscow to party central committee was written by the second secretary, Trofimov, who has not a good name here in Lithuania. I say that name. Very negative. He also concluded that accusations against the director has no basis. That the director in his speech didn't insult the Russians, that he spoke about friendship between Soviet nations, emphasized the special role of Russian people in the World War II. According to Trofimov, the director's speech in the meeting positively influenced the workers. Working discipline and productivity started to grow. And that's the second secretary. This is not a unique case, as I said. There are more such cases than Vilnius Central Committee supported local Lithuanian, especially managers. However, as might also know that there are other completely opposite cases. In 1946, first party secretaries of Kaunas city and Kaunas region were accused of bourgeois nationalism, promoting not loyal Lithuanians, and ignoring Russian communists. Both were dismissed from their positions, but not expelled from the party. So a few years later, both continued their bureaucratic careers. One of them, the secretary of Kaunas city, during the mid of the 50s, even became a deputy minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Salis, what do you want to do? We take questions from each paper, or do all papers and then at the end?
Up to you.
Oh, well, then I prefer to have everyone give the papers and then have questions, if it's okay. So then Diana, that I think is next. So is it okay? You don't have a PowerPoint, do you? Oh, you do have a PowerPoint, fine. Yeah, I think that's my one.
This one?
Oh, no, that is
that's my one.
That's just funny. We chose the exact same style. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah, he's doing it. Yeah.
National communism style computer organized itself, just style.
Indeed. Right. Well, I'll go with introducing Diana actually while this is happening. So, as many of you know, Diana Bleary from the University of Latvia is a researcher at the Institute of History of Latvia. From 2005 to 2018, she was an associate professor at Riga Stradiņš University in the Faculty of European Studies, and she's published very extensively on the history of Soviet Latvia, including the Sovietization process, the formation and development of the nomenclatura, and social and economic policy. Yeah, almost every sphere you could think of. And today her paper is entitled Nationalnyi vopros in the Latvian SSR Leadership Discourse 1959 to 87. Okay, Diana.
Thank you. In discussions on national question in Latvia, I suppose as well as in Lithuania and Estonia, is one crucial aspect which could not be reduced to personal politics, ethnic composition of republics, decision-making powers of republics, and so on. It is, and this problem was in center of attention of Republican ideologists through all the post-war time up to 80s, and this it never lost its actuality, and Soviet Latvian leadership was well aware, and this was a problem of occupation and incorporation of Latvia in the Soviet Union in 1940. In official discourse, in one or another way, try to answer to this question. Due to this problem, Nacionalnyi vopros discourse was very much historically based on interpretations of history and battles of historians and ideologists over certain periods and formulations starting from the 13th century, for example, role of vėlyvojo in development of Latvian nation, to Livonian War of the 16th century, and the Northern War of the 18th century. And very often those writings and speeches remind us of present-day writings of Medinsky and other present-day Russian ideologies. But the main historical line was built on development starting with 1917 Russian Revolution. The main thesis was that the independent Latvia in 1918-1940 was established and ruled by reactionary bourgeoisie, with help of Western imperialists, and did not solve the national question. On contrary, it exacerbated this question. Only socialist revolution of 1940 was a solution of the problem. And so it was one of main theses around which all this nationality vopros discourse in Latvia was organized and developed over 40 years. Discourse on national question was the most intense in certain periods of political development of Soviet Latvia.
Have you
Yeah.
that name?
I have to go back
Go back.
to the previous. Okay.
Is that the right one?
Yeah. As you see, it is beginning of the occupation of Latvia in 1944-1945. The second half of the 50s, it's national, so-called national communism period. The second half of the 60s, which could look a bit unexpected, but I'm not quite right. The second half of the 80s, I suppose it was already from the beginning of 80s. Thinking always this problem. In Latvia's leadership, this national discourse, national question discourse, from 1945 to 1966 was in this discourse the Secretary for Propaganda and Agitation, and from 1959 the first Secretary Arvids Pelša was the most prominent speaker. At the end of the war and immediately after the war, he explained in several speeches and articles in the press the basic thesis on which propaganda and speeches of other leaders of the Republic were based. These theses were based on official Soviet discourse, but it is important how they were localized and applied to Latvian conditions. The main theses were as follows. First, the national issue has been resolved for the first time in world history in the Soviet Union. There is equality between all peoples in the USSR. Second, the Latvian bourgeoisie used the national issue and propagated the idea of national unity to distract working people from the class struggle. Third, the great Russian people are providing assistance to small and underdeveloped nations. And fourth, while there are nations, Soviet socialist culture is expressed in national forms and socialist content, and it is manifestation of a true national independence. The central issue raised in Pelša's speeches and articles and propaganda in general was criticism of the national politics of the Latvian bourgeoisie. Pelša stressed that the fascist dictatorship of VILNIUS cultivated national seclusion, intolerance to other nations. On all misfortunes were blamed local Jews and the great Russian people in the Soviet Union. The idea of national supremacy. In fact, Latvia had been the agrarian appendage of the capitalist powers, powered away from the natural source of live Jews, from the great Russian economy, and artificially attached to one or another capitalist power. And like in the later years of Stalinism, when independent Latvia was completely slandered, Pelche, speaking in the Intelligentsia Congress in March 1945, was forced to admit that, however, the national culture of the bourgeois Latvia was not standing on the spot at the time. But he said that it would be wrong to talk about some sort of vast and deep Latvian cultural boom. Cooperation with intelligentsia, which was scarce in Latvia after the war, was necessary at this point. So such minor deviations from the basic thesis that bourgeois Latvia witnessed a complete economic and cultural collapse were inevitable at this time. The leadership of Latvia at all levels was imported from the Soviet Union and mostly Russian-speaking in 1945. And this presented really a problem at this time. On December 1944, the Latvian Communist Party Central Committee had decided that the leading employers should learn Latvian, but Pelche acknowledged in 1945 that progress was very poor. In many spheres, such as the railway system, the use of Russian was obligatory. Pelche pointed to the intensification of class struggle, by which he meant the anti-Soviet guerrilla movement, and stressed that guerrilla activity should not only be regarded as a result of the activities of German and other foreign intelligent residents, which was an official point of view, but it was implicitly, but he implicitly acknowledged that Latvians had their own reasons to oppose Soviet power. In other words, Latvian sentiment was attempted to be taken into account. However, this slight and illusory concession to the mood of society was soon forgotten, and in 1946, the fight against nationalism became the leading trend, largely under the guidance of the VKB-PCK Latvian Bureau. Socialist industrialization, huge immigration from other republics, the largest in the Baltic republics, and escalation of social problems, discrimination of Latvian language, had exacerbated national relations, and after Stalin's death, a second crisis formed. The situation was boosted by events in Hungary in 1956. Latvian leadership was aware that something has to be done to lessen tension. Pelche acknowledged in 1957, and so, but rather vaguely, as is usually was his manner, that building a new life when an old social and economic foundations were destroyed can be, and evidently there were some flaws, errors, and missteps. They were present also in the realization of national politics in the Republic. By the way, not everywhere and always the principle of language equality was observed. Neither each sign or street name was written on both Latvian and Russian. Not each vendor in a shop and militiaman on a street corner speaks both languages. These and similar shortcuts are corrected by the party organization of the Republic. In fact, this is a proof that all, in fact, Pelche and other top leaders of Republic at this point really supported politics, which 2 years later were blamed as nationalistic and so on. This statement, like many statements made by Soviet functionaries, was immediately commented on in the immigration press with an exemplary heading in Riga. They are beginning to talk about national policy. Unfortunately, it's not very well seen. It was in London Savise, in Great Britain published London Savise, but also what is interesting, they really emigre press, emigre commentators, they really recognized that at least in Latvia, they are starting to speak about national policy. Because so far national question and was discussed in a rather abstract manner. It should be noted that the problems of the Soviet economic system, lack of goods, disorganization of production, lack of apartments, were perceived by most Latvians as a result of the loss of national independence. And also reduced to too big inflow of Russians in the Republic. And this idea was shared also by many communists. And in condemnation of Berklaus and others, the so-called national communists, in July 1959 for errors in national policy caused an even more severe problem for propaganda. They were born from the bone of the Soviet elites. And presenting them as nationalists was a proof that the national issue in the Soviet Union has not been resolved, and in Soviet Latvia also. While trying to explain why nationalism influenced such proven communists as Berklaus, Pelše referred to Peter Stučka, founder of Latvian Communist movement, who had said that nationalist germ, as recently we experienced with the COVID virus, could be contracted repeatedly and full immunity against it was not formed. After the July 1959, there was a big campaign in which the party's primary organizations were acquainted with the decisions of the party Central Committee. To the general public, in the central and local press, emphasis was placed on wrong personal policies, ignoring the principle of freedom in learning and using languages. Emphasized was Lenin's citation that the Russians have to fight against Great Russian chauvinism, but the representatives of the nationality concerned against local nationalism. In 1966, Pelše became a member of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Politburo, and the first secretary post was handed over to was his person on the left, yet at the beginning of his power, there was another crisis on the national issue in Latvia. This crisis was rather complex and having a number of causes. One of them was the events in Czechoslovakia. The other, perhaps, is the transfer of Pelše to Moscow, the beginning of the Brezhnev era, and certain ideological relaxation associated with it. There were hopes that something will change for better and that situation of republic would become more liberal, which didn't happen really. Thirdly, was a change in policy towards immigration. If in the 40s all immigration was treated like German servicemen who had passed over to the calamity of the United States and the United Kingdom, now they speak about the Anglo-Saxons in Russia. In the second half of the 60s and in the 70s, Latvian Soviet authorities aimed to establishment of contacts with the progressive part of immigration, to try to divide immigration and these organizations from the inside. Yet immigrants and their masters who tried to undermine the friendship of the Soviet nations with help of ideological sabotage were still the main culprits for the existence of the national issue. A great headache for Soviet ideologists in the second half of the 60s was caused also by the new generation of artists and especially poets, for example, such as Iman Sauziņš, Visma Velševica, Vitauts Ļudens, who turned to history and wrote poems about such seemingly politically acceptable topics as the revolution of 1905 and the Latvian riflemen, and etc., or turned to German Crusaders' invasion to the Baltic in the 13th century. Ideologists perfectly rightly identified the dangers to the national mood and to the understanding of the national identity. Those dangers were identified by the head of the Latvian Communist Party Culture Department head Aivars Goris as follows. Using historical plots, poets treat the entire Latvian nation as a whole, as victims of Tsarism or other oppressors. They ignore that Latvian nation was divided in antagonistic classes. Against the bourgeois immigration's influence was detected because it claimed that all Latvians have common interests and culture whenever they are. Despite very strong language and some kind of repressions against some poets, etc., for example, against Izma Belševica, some concessions were made. Also, an attempt was made to develop a more flexible propaganda and counter-propaganda strategy, not only directed at immigration, but also for internal use through radio and TV broadcasts and serials, and the strategy had some success. One example, perhaps some of you have some idea about, was a melodrama series, a TV series, Long Road in the Dunes, Долгая дорога в дюнах, and which gave a falsified story on history of Latvia in 40s and 50s, but quite persuasive, and it took some effect, especially on non-Latvian, but also on Latvian audience. And also, an alternative historical discourse in literature and arts was promoted. The emphasis was put on the role of the Latvian riflemen in establishment of the Soviet Union and on participation of Latvians in the Vėlyvojo Отечественная война, which was based on natural sympathies of Latvian working people to Russia and Russians, and on friendship of Soviet peoples. This, in fact, became the main thread of post-national vopros discourse in the 70s. He himself was a veteran of war, and this was very much in line with trends promoted by Brezhnev. In fact, until Perestroika, the official discourse did not change and was based on presumption that the national issue has been resolved. If there are problems, they are either dust of the past or inspired by bourgeois propaganda from abroad. As the ideological secretary Imants Andersons pointed in 1981, work on international education should be linked organically to the work of exposing bourgeois ideology. In this context, some efforts were made to ensure participation of scientists in propaganda work, but also since 1961, some practical steps were taken to enhance so-called sblижение. For example, Pelš's favorite politics was establishing more schools with mixed Latvian and Russian language classes. And the merging of nations also started from below, as Saulius mentioned, just by politics of merging of smaller groups into bigger nations. In this case, with political actions against Latgalian and leave national identity and of the merging, the submerging in the Latvian nationality. The situation with national relations, in fact, was not good, and it was this politics of zbliženie really was made Latvians afraid that soon this political will lead to full Russification of the republic. The problem became more. The problem became so intense that at the beginning of 80s, really scientists were asked to help to somehow to improve this propaganda work, especially in the context of elaboration of the party program in 1985. And also in December 1987, the subsection of the Department of Propaganda on nationality issues was established in the Latvian Communist Party Central Committee. However, and this discussion, those efforts really, in 1988, this public discussion on national issues became very active, and already all those efforts to solve, to improve propaganda work and so were abandoned in 1989. So what are conclusions? One conclusion is that what is striking is that the national issue and its resolution tools were not actually explained in the propaganda of Stalin's time, and also later. There were no the guidelines, general guidelines existed, but they existed at the slogan level until up to perestroika. And also addressing the national issue was perceived as situational, as overcoming specific problems or crisis. When the crisis has been resolved, this caused the repetition of the old propaganda formulas, and which didn't change very much over the time. And various authors used literally the same formulas at different times, such as the leaders of Latvian bourgeois nationalists, fearing the wrath of the people, fled to their masters, Western imperialists. And of course, I would like to stress again that the central issue of the Nationalnyi vopros in Latvia, like in Estonia or Lithuania, was the loss of national independence in the 1940s. The propaganda task was to prove that the socialist revolution had taken place in the 1940s, and the working people of Latvia had made the choice to link their future with the great Russian people. Ideologues tried to convince Latvians that the loss of national independence did nothing to damage the development of the Latvian nation. On the contrary, it thrives as a republic of the Soviet Union. National independence has only been in the interests of the bourgeoisie, not of working people. From here in, it emerged this interest in history, which could be a topic of one very big paper, of course. I suppose that main problems of the Nationalnyi vopros was the same for all three Baltic republics. However, each had its own particular background and problems. What has to be studied, perhaps, is comparative research on how this problem was solved in each republic, and to what extent and how these solutions were coordinated among themselves and with Moscow. Thank you.
Okay, Tim, do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You can start that, but so want to see there somewhere. I will introduce you while we get started, so as to preserve time for questions, so a little bit of time. Our last speaker in this panel is Timothy Blauvelt, who's Professor of Soviet and Post-Soviet Studies at Ilia State University in Tbilisi, Georgia, and he's the Regional Director for the South Caucasus for the American Councils for International Education. He's published 2 co-edited volumes, one with Jeremy Smith here on Georgia after Stalin, Nationalism and Soviet Power, and another, the Transcaucasian Democratic Federative Republic of 1918. And his monograph, Clientelism and Nationality in an Early Soviet Fiefdom, The Trials of Nestor Latova, was published in 2021. And he's currently working on Soviet Georgia in the 1920s for a collaborative project on Georgia in the Soviet period. And with Jeremy Smith on EHK as a nationality scholar. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And thank you for everybody for inviting me today. I have to admit that I was one of the peer reviewers for Jeremy's article in Europe-Asia Studies, and my comment was, I have a lot of things I'd like to take issue with in this article, but that it absolutely should be published, and that we should have that discussion in the academic forum. I think it does bring up some really interesting things that have not been discussed before, in particular about how do we understand nationality policy, what is it, how to define it. My background is in political science, and we spend a lot of time on explication of concepts and describing what it is we're talking about. The things that I wanted to take issue in, I think I could do in a number of different contexts, and I think I have done that in part in my book about early Soviet Abkhazia. I decided to use that to frame the present article, which is about Abkhazia in a later period, in the 1950s and 1960s. And so focusing on, let's go ahead.
Slideshow?
I'll just keep it here now because I can switch it. On Soviet Abkhazia, and Abkhazia is an autonomous republic that is within a union republic within Georgia. And so this sets up a different situation from autonomous republics in the RSFSR, because it's always a 3-way game, because you always have playing the Union Republic capital Tbilisi off of Moscow, a somewhat different complexion. Abkhazia is also I would call it a subtropical corner of a northern empire. So it's tremendously bountiful in agricultural production, tobacco, citrus, tea. It's also a tourist destination, at first for elites, which gives a lot of political face time, political capital, and later in the 60s, 70s for the population at large. It is a territory that has a titular nationality, and one appointed through the context of Soviet nationality policy. That is a minority, which is also unusual. So the ethnic Abkhaz, who are mountaineers essentially, make up, by the end of the Soviet period, the 1989 census, only 17-point-something% of the population. And there is no plurality, there is no majority. Georgians by the end make up something like 45%, so there are a plurality, but there are a bunch of other nationalities too. And just since it's after lunch and everybody's about to fall asleep, I did want to give if I can do this, if I can get this to work, to introduce a bit of kavaen, to give an idea of who Abkhaz are. So you know that this TV phenomenon in the Soviet Union and Russia, kavaen, this is the Sukhumi team. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and share this, I think. Reciting the Abkhaz alphabet. And the Abkhaz language is a Northwest Caucasian language. It's related to Cherkessian, to Adyghe, not related at all to Georgian. Let's see, this.
So that's the,
oh yeah, okay. And all they do is recite the alphabet. That's going to give you the commercial here first.
Audimas žieminės striukės. Tavo
Легенда гласит, в абхазском алфавите 54 буквы. Ну, с Богом. А, Б, В, Г, Г, Х, Д, Д, Е, Ж, Ж, В, З, Дз, Дж, И, К, 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 Х, 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 Л, М, Н, О, П, П, Р, С, Т, 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 У, Ф, Х, Х, Р, Х, Ч, Ч, Ц, 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 Ч, П, Х, Р, Ж, Д, Г, Р, Ш, Г, Д, Г, Л, Ш, 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 Ч, Ч. Легенда гласит, в абхазском алфавите 54...
Легенда гласит, в абхазском алфавите 54 буквы, но только 15 из них в обиходе, остальные только на свадьбах, драках. Still. So, stop share. This slideshow. Okay, so Abkhazia was led by an Abkhazian group in the 1920s and 30s during the Beria period and the High Stalin period. It was essentially Georgianized. So I think this is that kind of shift of nationality policy to emphasize the larger republics in the High Stalin period. The Abkhaz were essentially pushed out of their positions. The Abkhaz language was switched to a Georgian alphabet. Abkhaz schools were closed. It was essentially Georgianized. Toponyms, name places were transitioned into Georgia. In 1947, there was a letter that was sent by 3 young party members to Moscow, complaining about all of these things. These are these 3 guys, Shimguba, Shakuril, and Zaria, later in the 1980s. And Abkhaz themselves tell their history of the Soviet period in this series of letters that they sent. And the language in those letters, even in 1947, of course, was all about the искажение сталинской национальной политики. In 1953, when Stalin dies, things change. After 1954, they revert the Abkhaz alphabet to a Cyrillic script. They begin to promote Abkhaz again. Georgians are removed from their positions. It's one of the things probably that annoys the Georgians, leading to the uprising demonstrations in 1956. And one of the responses of the Georgians to this sort of loss of Abkhazia is the beginning of what's called the historiographical conflict that takes place over the following decades. This book, Georgi Merchule, is published in 1954 by the academic Pavle Ingarokva, and it's about a 10th century monk. So fascinating, yes. But it has a couple of pages in the book where he puts forward a theory that the Abkhaz that live there today, they came down from the mountains recently. And the historical Abkhazians were actually Georgians. So basically, Abkhaz don't exist. You're not real. You don't really have a language. You're not really a people according to the Soviet definitions of what a nationality should be. That annoyed the Abkhaz to no end. In 1957, the first of a series of 3 incidents took place where supposedly 150 people marched on the building of the party Obkom, complaining about this. There were hearings held in Tiflis. The Abkhaz basically allowed to be really outspoken and to criticize these previous violations of Soviet nationality policy during the Beria time. They could sort of blame it on Beria. All that happened during Beria. And the Georgians were criticized. And they were forced to take a decree backing away from this Ingarokva idea that they shouldn't propagate that further. But it's remained there. And this sort of idea is still under the surface, leading to the next incident, which is my favorite, although it's really the slightest, the least significant of them. Maybe sort of like how they say about academia, that the conflicts are so furious because the stakes are so low. In 1965, you had the appointment of a new party chief, and one of the results of the previous incident in 57 was that they actually had, for the first time since the 30s, a Abkhaz appointed as party secretary of the Obkom. This guy, Mikhail Gajba, was really interesting. Like most Abkhaz intellectuals, he was a party official. He also wrote a book about beekeeping. He wrote a play. His brother, Kuhut, was the head of the Abkhaz Institute of History and Language, like this sort of equivalent of this institute. This Gajba was also a client of Khrushchev and oversaw the visit of Castro to Abkhazia in 1963. The brother, or actually cousin, Khukut, wrote a book called the Bzibski dialect Abkhazskого языка, so the Bzib dialect of the Abkhaz language. Again, fascinating, right? This book has a couple of pages where it talks about toponyms and says that some of these Abkhaz toponyms derive from Old Georgian. So, crowds of people supposedly marched on the Institute of History. It became a conflict between this group of Gajbas and the daughters of one of the writers of the letter, Shakril, this Tamara and Ekaterina Shakril, who sort of mobilized these crowds to go and attack this institute. There was a huge fuss about it. One of the witnesses describes Gajba, the party secretary, not the author of the book, being surrounded by a crowd of our intellectual women who attacked him like a crowd of rabid dogs, he said. And there's a description of peasants selling a bull to buy this book to figure out what the conflict is all about. And you have these two sisters, Tamara and Ekaterina, write another letter to Moscow, where they again complain about violations of nationality policy, and that these 4 pages in the book are setting off the trauma of the Ingorokva theory that they had experienced previously. It ends with the removal of Bagajba and his brother from their positions. This might have something to do with larger politics that because Khrushchev had been removed in October, they sense that this is a client of Khrushchev and therefore vulnerable. There's also kind of a regional element too, that the Bagajba people were from Umchanchira and the Shakril people were from Gudauta, so there's sort of regional difference. That then leads to the next and the last of these 3 incidents that I'll talk about today, which is the one that happens in 1967. You again have publications of academic articles that bring up this Ingorokva theory. There's also rumors that the Georgians are preparing to publish a retrospective of Ingorokva's works, and that this is going to come up again. So here again, you have crowds of people descend on the party Obkom. This Tamara Shakril writes another letter, and this time it's the most sort of radical of these letters that actually lists the violations of nationality policy, again, very much put in that framework, adds additional ones about complaints about budget, about jobs not going to Abkhaz, about subordination of collective farms to Georgia, Natsionalnyi, these sort of things. She, at the end of the letter, which is now called the Letter of the Eight, although it seems like there are 9 people who read it, but she includes this line that, and as a result of this violation of Soviet nationality policy, Abkhazia should be removed from subordination to Georgia and should be subordinated to the RSFSR. And that seems pretty radical at the time. Even some of the letter writers refused to go along with this. And Tamara Shakril actually goes to Moscow to try to deliver this in person to the Central Committee. Meanwhile, they hold hearings in Tbilisi. They bring the party leaders from Abkhazia, and they hear them out. And you have the interference of Rodionov, the second secretary, who criticizes the Georgians for going too far in this, and that things have been misunderstood. And again, in this case, they back down. They say, well, we have to change toponyms. We have to promote more Abkhaz to leading positions. We have to give them more resources for education. This Rodionov suggests we should name cigarettes and wine with Georgian names, and that will help them calm down again. Ultimately, this continues again in the biggest event I'm not even covering in this paper, and that's 1977, but it's essentially a repeat of the same thing. And this continuation of these historiographical arguments about ethnogenesis, about territory, and about belonging, about to whom does this territory belong. So what do we take from this, and what does this mean to the initial question about what is nationality policy? And it seems to me that even if we take the most basic elements of what nationality policy might be, and from Jeremy's introduction, that if we assume it's only basically the 2 things of ethno-territoriality and ascribed nationality, and the things that flow from that, it seems to me that those 2 things set the basis for an institutional framework, set the basis for the institutions in which those conflicts take place, the institutes of science, the institute on both sides of this, for the institutional conflict that's taking place, the means of appeal. But that also sets the discourse for this discussion, and both on the academic level, where they're having historiographical arguments about ethnogenesis and who this belongs, but also appeals to the concept of nationality policy to back their arguments. And it seems what they're doing here is what Teodora Dragostinova has talked about as speaking nationally, sort of a national version of Stephen Kotkin's idea of speaking Bolshevik or speaking Stalinist, that it allows you to frame your arguments, frame your complaints in an acceptable way, that can go beyond what you might otherwise want to say. If you just say, look, they're oppressing us, they're taking our jobs, you can frame it in this nationality policy. And then that also, in the same way that speaking Bolshevik makes people feel themselves part of the Soviet concept. It makes themselves feel part of that Soviet society that's being built. Here too, that I think it has that element to it as well. So ultimately, even if you take this most minimal definition of what it is, consequences flow from ascribed ethnicity and from territoriality, from ethno-territoriality. And some of those are the unintentional consequences of Soviet nationality policy, that you create this very primordialism that Jeremy spoke about. It obviously was never the intention of the Bolsheviks to encourage primordialism, but that is a result of it. If that means it results from the policy, it's a bad result, but it's still a result that comes from the precepts of the policy, that it gives a basic zero-sum conception of both individual identity and territorial identity. Because at the end of the day, an individual can only be one thing, right? There are some people who get very clever at how to manipulate identity, chain, through marriage, through blood, through whatever. Ultimately, you can only have one. You can't be Uzbek Russian, you can't be Lithuanian, Georgian. There's one, and the same thing goes for territory, with a few exceptions. And you have some territories that don't have specific identity, like Dagestan, or some that are put together, like Ingushetia, things like that. But even there, there's sort of a territory to which one belongs. And this really emphasizes this conception that identity, both territorial identity and individual identity, is ultimately something primordial, which is, again, not the intended goal of what nationality policy was set up to do, but something that results from it. And therefore, my larger point is that I think Jeremy is right to say that Soviet nationality policy is not a theoretical framework. It's not going to explain how nationality policy works. But I don't think that it is necessarily the most useful way to use it, that it's, again, not a policy, it's not a concept of analysis, but a concept of practice. It's one that the actors themselves use. We have to understand how they understood it, how they attempted to use it, how it was used. And obviously there are a lot of different factors that go into the conflicts that take place, and they're very different in different circumstances. But that how to put this? So again, the consequences result from that framing of the game that come from these concepts of national identity. So it's in the same way that you can't explain the economy by looking at monetary policy. You can't explain banking by looking at credit policy. You can't even explain what happens with credit or what happens with currency through monetary policy. The policies can be reactive, they can be wrong, the whole idea can be misjudged. Nevertheless, it does set the basis for how currencies fluctuate, or how at what rates banks give money, or what happens in the economy. So I think in that sense, I would think it is important to redefine nationalism, to redefine nationality policy, to understand what it is that we mean when we talk about nationality policy, to not try to use it as an overall framework that explains everything that's going to happen in relationship to national identity, but to use it as that it has important consequences that do derive from it as a category or a concept of practice. So thank you for your attention.
Great stuff. Stick around here. So we have a little time for questions now to our three panelists. Anyone want to kick off? Or I will. Let me see. So I'll give the question out and then give you a chance to write it down. But so Vladis, I just want to ask you, because it's something you came out with straight at the start, which was you're like, I'm even more convinced of the existence of nationality policy after what we've been saying this morning. So perhaps you could elaborate a bit more about why you said that in a minute. And Tim, yeah, some really great points I think you're making, and I particularly like this sort of point about the appeals to nationality policy, to back up your arguments. And I think that's you see us so much with appeals to, I think Lenin is actually someone who's fought over so much in this regard. Some people, cherry pick his work for that stuff they're saying, but you've got to bring him in there to back up whatever you're doing. And I think, so it can be marshaled for this. Yeah, and I just want to ask you, were there something that, in these frequent sort of incidents and demonstrations by the Abkhaz, were there any references to their loss of status as a republic? Because, of course, they have that ignominy almost of being if you don't count the Finnish one, being the only one to have been a Soviet republic and then lose that status. So was that grievance ever aired? Because we know that status, once this ethno-territorial framework is imposed, we know that it carries weight, and that the nations did pay attention to it. And Jeremy brought it up. I don't think he said her name, but he mentioned it this morning, and I think he was referring to Botika's Kazimierzowa's work. And you know, and she teaches us that about the importance again of status, institutional status. So I was wondering if that came up. Yeah, I haven't got anything for dialogue for a minute. I have to think. But yeah, go ahead. Go on.
What I said, it was a joke.
Well,
no, but speaking seriously, there are authors who are arguing that affirmative action policy ended in the end of the 20s and beginning of the 30s. So some scholars are arguing that no, some aspects of this policy survived and was even introduced during all periods, during the Stalinist period and after the Stalinist period. So I think that cadre policy is one of those aspects of the policy who survived during all the period of the Soviet Union. Yeah, in some periods it became more active, as it happened after 1956, and in Lithuania specifically, when number of Lithuanians growing in all party and in all party apparatus, step by step. So my idea was just to show that it started a little bit earlier. And during even the Stalinism, Lithuanians were, the Lithuanian Communist Party leadership was pressed from the Moscow to introduce this policy. They were very careful and a little bit frightened. So what we'll do, because some of them could be accused of bourgeois nationalism. So then we received a clear signal from the Moscow in 1946 that, yeah, you must do something of different reasons, probably. It's not so easy to answer why in 1946 the Bureau adopted this document, which one of those statements was just proposed, promote the nationality policy. I have only interpretations. I have no very clear facts to say why it was proposed, but it started much earlier, very carefully, but even at that, during the Stalinism, late Stalinism, Lithuanian leadership started to promote Lithuanians' interests, even into party apparatus, step by step. And yeah, what happens in 1953, yeah, it was a dramatic change. What you said, it's the same in Latvia, probably, and in other republics. Then there are a lot of changes on different levels, and what probably is most interesting to research, what was the reaction of the local party communists, how they reacted to this policy, because they were an important actors in implementing practically this policy. So this is my answer.
Right.
And on the question of the status of the Republic, even before that, on sort of quoting Lenin and things, it struck me particularly that the 1967 letter actually quoted the resolution of the 12th Party Congress from 1923. So going back to that.
As it often, yeah.
But yeah, they only bring up that question of loss of status in, I think, in the 1988 letter. They don't dare yet in the 1950s and 60s include that loss of status. And then that becomes an element of their historiography. Stanislav Lakoba publishes a set of essays in, I think, 1990, where he talks about the Mr. Lakoba, the previous party boss, who supposedly made a deal with Stalin to cancel collectivization in return for accepting the reduction of status in 1931 to a autonomous republic.
Although lacking all the evidence there. Yeah. Okay, cool. Any questions? Yeah, Ricardo.
Thank everybody for this very interesting presentation. Very much. I just have a couple of very quick questions, and maybe more curiosity. But Vladis, I was very interested by the account numbers that you were offering by the Lithuanian case. I was just curious, do we have a perception of how much these cadres that were more and more Lithuanian changed their nationalities in the process? I mean, are we talking about the same people that were changing their nationality as Brezhnev did? So, I mean, it was not a strange phenomenon. Do we have a perception of this? So, the belonging to the titular nation was something that, to some extent, was applied by people who were maybe coming from mixed identities, or were not just part of it. And the second thing, again, is a curiosity, but I think you mentioned the problem of an outcome that at the same time is dealing with an autonomous republic, and an autonomous republic has the problem anyway to interact with the main Soviet republic. Was the Georgian Communist Party anyway the main interlocutor, or there was more direct contact with Moscow? I'm asking because I was also interested in the dynamics of the Karakalpak Party, and in the Karakalpak case, there was an obvious connection with Tashkent and in the person of Rashid itself. So in that case, it was much more important, I would say, the personal ties in the Karakalpak case. What was about the Abkhaz, basically, how was the relation between those two communist organizations? Thank you.
I could begin with that. So it really is a three-way relationship, and it's tremendously beneficial because they can play Moscow off to Tbilisi all the time. And I think they actually do have clientelist ties exactly because of this political capital that all the Moscow guys come to Sochi and to Pitsunda and vacation there. So they make those kind of connections. And I think you have a similar thing that happens in Karabakh too. But it gives them more privileges and they get more out of it. And that's something the Georgians always complain about. You get so many, you have more education in your language up to the 5th grade compared to the autonomous republics of a similar rank in the North Caucasus. And that I think it was something that they were eager to keep. And it's actually kind of an argument. Did they really want to separate from Georgia? Because then they would lose that trilateral relationship and ability to play one off against the other. And it's not clear that they actually did. It was just a useful kind of thing to push on.
It's very interesting. I mean, because in the Karakalpak case, you could find this direct interlocution between Kamalov and the so, thank you.
That's it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. And very complicated, to find an answer, how, when, and in general, if it changed their identity. I think that then opportunity was open for those Lithuanians to do a career in Soviet apparatus and in party apparatus, in industry. There was no need to change their identity. Probably they had the Soviet identity to Lithuanian identity, but there was no need to change to Russian or to whatever. Even if you are right on one aspect, that in the nomenclature of identities, informal nomenclature and identities, yes, Slavic nations were on the top. Lithuanians were somewhere in the middle. Yeah, so but, in my understanding, there was no need just to change. They can adopt another identity very, how to say, organically. It became a Soviet people, Lithuanian and speaking Lithuanian, but accepting the Soviet values, let's say. So, in my view.
And how about when, if I can follow, so how about when mixed marriages? So because we have such, like examples of that the leaders, Soviet leaders, married Jews or Russians in order to show the Russians or not.
Yeah, they married, and Sniechko's wife was Jewish.
The second two.
Yeah, and but as far as I know, for Sniechko, there was no any reason to change his identity, Lithuanian identity, to some other identity, to Jewish or to whatever. So, yeah, mixed marriages, but it's in general a little bit different question, which we are discussing, the changes of identity. What I'm discussing is how, in general, the system promoted locals. I mean, of Korenoy nationality, Lithuanians to the party apparatus, and it was very clear political reason, first of all. The party was weak. The Soviet government has no clear basis of support in the society in such a way. They wanted to create the basis for the Soviet, in general, for Soviet system, which was not popular among Lithuanians. But what concerns that identity changes, if it's a very specific question, and especially what concerns the marriages. Yeah.
And if I may, so my question would follow with this question about nationalities. And I was a little bit surprised about your saying that already during the Stalin time, Lithuanians became very much supported and promoted in that during Stalin time. And my question would be following perhaps Jeremy's statements, so some statements in his book, Great Nations, about this ring, yes, so about Koreanization, about the Koreanization problems of Koreanization, because even Moscow wanted to promote, to make Koreanization even bigger, yes, to boost Koreanization. It was limits, yeah. It was impossible to do this because, because with party membership and, for example, from many Soviet republics, people of that nationalities didn't come to the Communist Party to become party members. And second thing, education. So how Lithuanians broke this ring? So how some Lithuanians succeeded in this thing?
Yeah.
And perhaps I would have small, if I may, comments, not question, but comment. Yes, to Tim, yes, speaking about, of course, second, but not radio, but about Colvin. I found in Georgia and Tbilisi archives about that Colvin, this conflict and tensions between Georgians and Abkhaz, yes, and many commissions and commissions perhaps were made to solve this problem. And as usual, not Eduard Shevardnadze, but Colvin was appointed to chair these commissions. So as the foreigner, as the second secretary, yes, and so it's like a Russian. So, and for Dina also, perhaps one comment, one case for me is very interesting that shows this internationalism from below, because for me it was very interesting case, because I found one consideration and Latvian bureau. I think about Ojan Vacietis. It was about his nationalism, but actually he was not nationalist. And Kisis started to claim, very interesting, that he said, okay, so I know these people like Vacietis, others. They always talk about дружба народов, about the collaboration among nations, between nations, with another nation. So all this is right, but then all things turn to сближение. So one step further. So they say no, yeah, we should stop. So this is about Vacietis and other writers and poets. So we're very interested. And Kisis is from local. He's, of course, is Russian Latvian, yeah, I think, or not local Latvian. So
he was Russian Latvian, and his wife, as it was usual for Russian Latvians, she was Podchasova. He was Russian and head of lectors group of Central Committee after the war. By the way, Vacietis' wife also was Russian, Ludmila Azarova, a poet also and translator. So but of course, Vacietis was local Russian. Also, he was from pro-communist circles, really. His father was, and he also was a Komsomol leader at his school at the end of 40s, and very orthodox, like many people.
So this is to talk and to consider a little bit wider about this nationality policy and changes. Yes, so I can't imagine in Soviet Lithuania, Sniečkus or his cycle that would promote such things, to talk such things, because it was so. If дружба народов, it's enough дружба народов. So let's collaborate, let's be friends, let's collaborate with another nations, with Russians too. Yes, but here we see like Trojan horse even in the leadership. So this is of course he wasn't very high level leader, but KPK chair of KPK, yes. So
but in this I about this Vladas point that Lithuanians were promoted. If Lithuanians were promoted in Lithuania, why Latvians were not promoted in Latvia?
And well, one second, because we just need to we'll finish your question. Yeah.
Yes, well, there's such. It is a kind of questions. Why?
Yeah.
Because at the same situation, at the same attitude of population, at the same CVs were equally important for Lithuanians to become communists as for Latvians and so on. So what those
I can
politics were so different?
That's the difference because of the guerrilla war, which was much more stronger here in Lithuania. That's why we needed, the Soviet government needed the support of local populations. So we promoted Lithuanians to the Communist Party. And Lithuanians started to join Communist Party in more comparing with other years in 1949. After 49, Lithuanians' numbers started to grow. They wanted, they joined, especially those Lithuanians who lived in the cities, first of all, and professionals for their career for different reasons. But I think that it was a strategy, and that was a different. One of those, why in 1946, the elections to the Soviet Supreme Council in 1946, where the results in Lithuania was dramatically low, even in some regions. Not in the cities, but in some regions, the result was dramatic because of the guerrilla war. So the Soviet government decided to strengthen the Communist Party with the locals, with the national element, in my view.
Okay, so Jeremy, I want to bring you in before we wrap up the panel here.
Yeah, I mean, well, really prompted by something Sally had said, but also I think related to what Diana and Douglas is saying. It's one thing, so I just want to say one thing about Koronitatia, as it was introduced in the 1920s or even before that, even during the Civil War. They were absolutely explicit about it. I can't remember if it was Lenin or Stalin or both, that it wasn't just a question of promoting a local communist ahead of a Russian communist. It was a question of promoting a local non-communist ahead of a Russian communist. You know, and this is, you know, Sultan Galiev is you know, at a high level of the most famous example of this. But in particularly in places like South Republic and Central Asia and so on, where it's mentioned, you know, there were local communists, so they take nationalists and they talk about this quite explicitly, because we have at least something in common with nationalists, and these are the people we need to put into place to be able to build socialism. Because if we just put Russian communists in there, it's all going to be affected. So I don't think this is happening. And I'm not talking about people who join the Communist Party for career reasons and who may well, you know, have their own work and so on. But I think this is different from what's happening here. And can it just be a case that in Lithuania, for whatever reasons, you know, a bunch of ethnic Lithuanians capture the leadership of the party and they prefer their own people who speak their own language, have their own background, which you get in all kinds of political systems. Nothing you need to sort of system, whereas you don't get that in the same way. And you know, this war underground, that might well be relevant. I think it's relevant in Latvia as well, whereas in Estonia, the Stalin leadership of Estonia, they all spend their time in Moscow and they hardly speak Estonian, so there's a different kind of problems going on there in this period. But at least I wanted to make that point about Koronitatia. So even where we find, even if there's a kind of continuity in promotion of cadres based on nationality, it's not necessarily the same as Koronitatia of the 20s. And but it's also broader term. It refers to, you know, culture and language.
Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, but I need to say that there is a basic aspect that this is a delegation to ethnic territories, that they can choose who becomes part of the elite, and they can choose who becomes the intelligentsia in a system where there's no other means of access that. They can choose, right? The local elites, the titular elites in each of these territories. That is delegated to them, and that is a result of national policy, right? Well, not consistently, but overall and generally, this is
Very exceptional. No way.
I mean, this is what you see in most republics in most of Soviet history, right? Is the Armenians get to decide who is going to be an elite, who is going to be in the intelligentsia, who is going to staff the academies, the institutes, the universities, and that delegation then allows them to use whatever criteria they want, and that could shift too. But most often that is, we want our people.
That's a local policy, it's not a Soviet policy.
But the fact of that delegation is the Soviet policy. It's the direct result of nationality policy, right? It's the direct result of the fact that we are going to create ethnic territorialities, and that those territorialities usually are going to have a titular nationality, and that eventually leads, generally speaking, to the titular nationality being able to play that role. And sometimes they're pushed out of it. In some cases, Abkhazia is a good example of that. In the 30s, 40s, 50s, where the Georgians pushed them out of that role, but then they get back to that and sort of resumption of what the assumption of how Soviet nationality policy is supposed to function in its ideal type, which allows you then the opportunity to create ethnic machines in the republics, and that's basically what happens in most places, right? Yeah, go on.
Okay, comment on this. I suppose we should. There are two levels. One level was nationality policy, and I'm afraid that nationality policy should be uniform. It could, Republican leadership could not influence it. There was no way. The basic principles were elaborated by in Moscow, but as regards politics, in special, in practical cases, on particular situations and demands and so on, this politics could be elaborated locally. And but also it was coordinated among republics and with Moscow, and there was some kind of cooperation and so on, and some kind of, for example, starting from second half of 50s, there was politics of elaborating Soviet traditions and customs, replacing religious traditions with Soviet traditions, for example, weddings, christenings, confirmation, and so on, with Soviet traditions. Indeed, in this case, there was really, yes, powers were delegated to republics because those traditions had to be grounded in the local traditions, local conditions, local perceptions, and so on. And also there was a quite intensive exchange of experience between republics, and Moscow subsequent this. Or for example, well, there are many other examples, but I'm afraid that national policy as such, it could not be changed really from the law.
But what do you mean by national policy?
Joe, one second. So it's just a second. I want to know if we could go on a way to bring in. I mean, Ron's waiting. So, so maybe we have to table this till afterwards, but I think we are actually at a really good, well, we're at a sticking point here where I think a few of us want to jump in about this because I think we're in quite a good debate area. Ron, are you there? Yeah. So we're at a good, you know, there's a few things here, and I'm definitely, I want to say more, you 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 want to say more. So, but I think, do we need to do this bit now? Okay, so, yeah, sorry, but otherwise I'm not a very good chair, so, yeah.
So a quick round of musical chairs, and I'm chairing for the last half hour of this, and it's a real pleasure to bring in Ronald Suni. Ron, I guess when you, who did that? Was you? Sorry, I don't know what's going on. No. So Ron, I guess when Ron starts, his picture will come on the screen, or we'll keep them both up here. So please, Ron, when you're ready. Let's check we can hear you properly first of all.
Thank you, Jeremy. I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me. Yeah. So, shall I begin?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, let me say how happy I am to be here. It's been a very long morning, needless to say, but you guys are working hard, and it's been really interesting to listen. I'm happy, really, to be at a conference where the edge, to use Vladis's word, is now the center. And we waited a long time for that. Everyone now in America is talking about decolonizing this field or that field. I feel like some of us were doing it maybe 30, 40 years ago. So I'm happy that now it's become in a way legitimate. You can actually get a job studying non-Russian peoples. So about Jeremy's article, first of all, and I'll try to weave in the papers as well, particularly the ones that I was able to read. And my remarks were made before the conference, and I kept adding things as we went on. So you'll forgive me if I emphasize some things and leave out others. Many of things I'm going to say, because I had written this before, have come up during the conference, but that's good. That means that maybe we're all similarly on a track, and we have come to some large consensuses, if there's such a word, despite our differences. So on Jeremy's article, first of all, was there a Soviet nationality policy? I would say that maybe this is not the right question. But if Jeremy is correct that the use of the concept Soviet nationality policy led to scholars looking for continuity and consistency over 70 years, then it is a very useful question. And it's clearly a provocative question. And hence we have this discussion around the article, and we have this conference. So it is definitely worth reading this wonderful article. I continually learn more every time I look at it. So why is it the wrong question then, for me at least? Because, why is it a useful question? That's the more interesting thing. Why is it a useful question? Because it moves us away, and I think Tim and others have said this, from a top-down model, something akin to the hoary totalitarian model or T model, and introduces real politics into the story, particularly negotiation between competing interests, local initiatives that were supposed to, in that older model, not to exist at all or to be permitted. And it's also a useful question because it emphasizes change over time rather than monolithic consistency. But I would say, is it, as Jeremy writes, little more than an empty phrase? I think many of the papers and the interventions, down in his last intervention, in fact, show that that's not true. His most extreme formulation, in my mind, really does go too far. I quote, "Not only was there no formally declared Soviet nationality policy after the early period, there also was no informal set of policies or traditions that might inform practice in relation to the non-Russian nationalities at any level." Really? I don't think the conference shows that. How uncharacteristic this extreme statement for someone like my really good friend Jeremy, a gentle, moderate, and usually quite reasonable man. There's a baby with the bathwater problem here. You don't throw out both of them. There was, after all, a Soviet Union, a particular, even peculiar state formation, with a top-down political system with enormous power, but not absolute power over Russians or non-Russians. And Jeremy knows that better than most of us, having worked in these regions for a long time. As he puts it, in fact, quote, there appear to have been lines across which Republic leaders could not cross, which lay behind the purges in Latvia and Azerbaijan in 1959 and Ukraine in 1972, unquote. So clearly, as he really emphasizes, there was no single continuous policy that is set of orders or prescriptions. But there were nationality policies within permissible discourses, discursive limits, and practices that shifted over time. There were a set of ideas and allowable practices, and they were deeply contradictory, to promote national difference and to eliminate it at the same time. In my view, it was not the vacuum of policy, but precisely the contradictions. Maybe I'm betraying again my Marxist interests, the dialectic or whatever. It's precisely the contradictions that permitted the negotiations and the changes to occur. Just like lacuna in discourses allow people to think differently. But these contradictions and these policies moved in different places, in different directions, some toward consolidation and increase of cadres or consciousness. We just heard that in the last discussion. And then, of course, in Georgia, Armenia, and the Baltic republics, they moved in certain ways. In other places, toward greater Russification, as in Belarus, Ukraine, and Central Asia. Ultimately, however, with the suicide of the Soviet center, the nationalizing tendencies won out over time and became the base of independent, formerly Soviet republics. Now, there were negotiations, but they were not between equals. They were more like the negotiations between, you might say, the ancient Israelites and God over the covenant, which the ancient Israelites kept breaking and had to come back to. Yes, there was negotiation between nationality officials and the center, and that was key from the very beginning. But so was this larger discursive environment, or what some would call ideology, even as it shifted. And it shifted, but it shifted within limits. There were some things that were impossible to imagine. It remained anti-nationalist, for instance, in rhetoric, even as it promoted national cohesion and consciousness among non-Russian peoples. And they never could figure out exactly what nationalism was and how it differed from patriotism. And I can remember in 1966 sitting in a discussion in the Armenian Marxist-Leninist Institute where people were trying to figure out exactly what azatuchun, azatasiruchun, and hayrenasiruchun, the Armenian words for patriotism and nationalism, were actually. They couldn't get it right. It declared, nationality policy, the right to sovereignty and independence of the republics, but it did not actually permit it until the Gorbachev years, when the government had no alternative because of its own weakness, which it had self-created, and because of mass resistance in certain republics, most importantly, the Baltic and the Caucasian states. This policy fostered both identification with the Soviet project as a whole. This was often seen as Russification, but I would call it Sovietization, and development of national identities, which created tensions and more contradictions from the very beginning. What could be more contradictory than the formula that Saulinis found in the 1985 Gorbachev Party program, quote, the further flourishing of nations and ethnic groups and their steady drawing together, unquote. And yet there's a kind of consistency of both fighting nationalism and promoting national cadres, national cultures, national autonomies of one sort or another. And as Jeremy shows, federalism based on ethnicity and secured in territory and the superiority of the titular nationality, as well as passport nationality, Those two things very strongly remained as a framework within which nationality issues were worked out. So in some ways, it's a matter of what you think is policy. But, he writes, placing ethnicity at the heart of the federal structure was not inconsequential, but was key to their development and ultimate independence. So something was going on consistently all over the place. Territorialization, for instance, was an important component of national existence. I very much like the term that Claire Kaiser uses in a book that's coming out on Soviets and Georgia, Soviet and Georgia, the two concepts, where she calls it the entitled nationality, rather than the titular nationality, which I always thought was a rather clumsy phrase that no one outside of the specialists like us understood. But there were entitled nationalities, and that, in fact, only grew during certain periods. Consider Jeremy's discussion of the Roma, where this issue was raised, or the well-known case of the Jews and Birobidzhan, or the original definition of nation that Lenin and Stalin insisted on in 1913 in their struggle against extraterritorial national cultural autonomy of the Austro-Marxists, or Stalin's elimination of the privileges of ethnicities outside their home republic in the early 30s. In other words, territorialization was always something very important, though again, inconsistently applied. Tension between a constructivist approach, which I think is closest to a Marxist approach, and was more relevant early in the Soviet experience, that is, you could choose your nationality, still remained in some forms. If you had parents of two different nationalities, you actually got to choose. So biology plays a role, but there was an element of choice as well. But as everyone in this conference knows, and many have talked about, there was increasingly a move, kind of a mysterious move, but understandable in some ways, toward a primordialist approach, almost a biological approach. There was interest in eugenics in the 20s, though it was rejected later, because the Soviets had to try to avoid a racial understanding. They got pretty close because of their opposition to fascism up to 1939. And then there was this interest toward ethnogenesis as well, which was clearly in the primordialist direction. And it was generally popular, and I think this may be the reason that we can find a reason why it became so powerful. It was generally popular among non-Russian peoples. They wanted to solidify their claims, their legitimacy to the territories, to the institutions, to the rights and the cultural advantages that they had, at least in their own republic. So it may be that primordialism was more a ground-up thing than a top-down thing. I don't know that, but it would be a wonderful topic for discussion. So, and I would argue finally that finally talking about Jeremy, that negotiation and the framing idea of nationality policy are not contradictory. The only contradiction is between negotiation and an extreme or caricaturist understanding of Soviet nationality policy, which I imagine some, as Jeremy shows, actually in earlier times argued, nationality policy is a kind of consistent, continuous, dogmatic application. So I think in the end, Jeremy and I are actually not that very far apart. And the discussion in the conference actually shows many overlaps between the less extreme positions and these ideas of framing and discourse and shared things. Let me talk briefly about three of the papers, or four, I can't remember how many I have here, that I actually got to read. On Tim's paper, which I really enjoyed. Again, Tim is such an incredible scholar who's made such important contributions to our understanding of clientelism and the intricacies of actual politics in the Soviet period, even in the Stalin period. And here he's turned to the post-Stalin period, and he argues, in fact, that despite changes in emphasis from ethnophilism of the 1920s to the shift to favor the larger Union republics, and he goes on, there existed there existed some kind of continuity in nationality policy. And part of that is an inevitable outcome, he writes, of ethno-federal territoriality and ascribed individual ethnicity. So there were things that go through time, though they're different and they're applied differently. And I'm going to come back to that as one major point that I think we should take seriously and we should try to further investigation and scholarship on. In other words, people, he shows, and others have shown, spoke in an idiom of a broadly understood nationality policy, something often vocally or written form expressed, but understood in the way people talk about the policies that they advocated. So if you were going to advocate a particular policy and you used a term like Leninist nationality policy, you were precisely speaking in that idiom that would have some purchase, that would have some power and convincing weight in any discussion. If I look at Michael's paper, it's always a joy to see Michael. He's so incredibly peppy and enthusiastic about his topics. I noticed that in our Glasgow meeting and again today as well. He demonstrates in his paper that both Beria and Khrushchev, this I didn't know at all, were involved in the new course in a particular way, and they talked about return to Leninist nationality policy. So they took these words seriously. It may have been simply for pragmatic political advantage, but it was political advantage even if it was only nakedly that is a kind of rational political choice within the context and discourse of this kind of language. The failures of Sovietization in Latvia, it was understood, was a failure to apply Leninist policy. And what is Leninist policy as it's understood here? Respect for the indigenous population. And in other words, it's a rejection of Stalinist policy. And this is not simply expediency. It's also pragmatic and related to ideology, because in fact, by 1953, Stalinist policy in all realms, including nationality policy, was failing. And the regime understood it had to do something different. And Michael shows this very well by mentioning that the MVD in Latvia was heavily Russian. And indeed, this could be seen and was felt by people, if some 150,000 letters are being written, as a de facto occupation policy. And so they had to do something about this. And then Korenizacja, which is always there. I'm not one who believes it disappears. It sometimes flourishes, it's sometimes marginalized, it's sometimes repressed, but it's around. They never eliminate the republics. Korenizacja triumphed in Latvia in the period of the new course. So here's the question, the thing I want to bring up, and I think we need to think about more. Was there a return to a Leninist nationality policy, in fact, after decades of a Stalinist one? Can we, in fact, think about what the content of this term meant and how it was different from the real policies and practices of the Stalin period? That shouldn't be difficult. We can easily think of the differences. Greater concessions, for instance, to non-Russians. Can we actually elaborate the policies and practices of Stalinism in nationality question and see how they are consistent with or contradictory to even the opposite of Leninist policies? I mean, every single party chief in the republics, except two, Bagirov and Beria, would be murdered during the purges. Something was different, and one has to explain how this kind of thing could happen. One policy, the Stalinist, was unabashedly imperial, brutally so. The other, the Leninist one, was troubled by imperialism, took it seriously, and tried to combat it in one way or another. The assumption of Beria and Khrushchev's motivations, I think several people, Jeremy maybe brought this up in thinking about Michael's paper. It's power, of course, it's politics, those things are there, but it's also ideology, also the working within certain discursive environments. Stalinism wasn't working, But if you give up terror, if you give up the brutality and the fear that marked Stalinism, then you have to act differently. Then negotiation becomes more important. Indeed, persuasion becomes the method. You have to persuade rather than coerce. So there's a shift from greater coercion to greater persuasion. And you also have to deliver the goods. You have to make people think this enterprise is worth preserving and supporting. And you have to think these leaders are competent and they're going to make our lives better. So I think those kinds of things are also very important. In Salius's article, he discusses the 1961 program of the party, and some party leaders argued that the national question had been solved by others, and including Khrushchev, said it was not. Of course, we know it hadn't been, and Gorbachev and others were deluded themselves to think it had, and ultimately it would be one of the things that brought the Soviet Union down. I very much like this idea that nations would survive under communism, and I would argue that's really a concession to the non-Russian nations and to reality, and it's not accidental that it was figured out, or at least elaborated by Armenians. Oh, and thank you, my Lithuanian friend, for mentioning Armenians. We always like to have our names mentioned. We're a small nation, and we fear we may disappear, so we like odars, that is, foreigners, to mention us. And here, too, with this idea of these concessions to the non-Russian nations, was a return to Leninism. The Armenians said, in fact, great Russian chauvinism has to be mentioned, not just local nationalism. That's one of the key differences between, I think, the Leninist policy and the Stalinist policy, where you put the emphasis. What's the greater danger, great Russian chauvinism or local nationalism? And that seems to go right through much of the Soviet period when these things are discussed. Jeremy is perfectly right. They're discussed far less systematically later, after 1923, than they were earlier. Again, the inconsistencies and contradictions remain. Communist nations were now to be the highest stage of nationhood, yes, but Sliania would then take place as well, at least in the USSR. The discussions over the republic and boundaries or passport nationality, it seems to me, can be read in two ways. That is, there were discussions about getting rid of passport nationality or changing boundaries. They were in some ways up for grabs, but look what actually happened. They were too entrenched to be eliminated. So again, something powerful, consistent, continued. The term Soviet nationality policy was used and overused. It exists in the literature. It can't be eliminated. The thrust of the policies and the limits of what was permissible were understood. The ambitions, however, were always contradictory. And even the phrase Leninist nationality policy was used in different ways, but not meaningless. It was not meaningless. It generally meant respect for the nationalities, non-Russian nationalities' claims, their culture, their language, but not going as far as nationalism, whatever that was. And finally, I'll end with this. There is a difference between nationality question, which means problem, and the policies themselves. And I think in my remarks and from what I've been hearing in the conference and from much of the literature, it's very clear that the nationality question, the problem, exists throughout the whole Soviet period, and particularly forcefully at the end of the Soviet period during Gorbachev. But the Soviet nationality policies, which can be at least schematically broken down into a Leninist nationality policy and its particular claims and usages and preferences, and Stalinist policies with different emphasis, and then the return to what they understood as Leninist nationality policy, that seems to be something that is both emphasizes what Jeremy's intervention does, looking at discontinuities, and what many people in this conference have said forcefully, continuities as well. And Vladas's paper in one, for instance, makes us realize how there are important continuities, at least in cadre policy in Lithuania. Now, if Leninism is not a dogma, but a pragmatic series of policies that adjust to political and social realities and exigencies, then of course it would be changing and contradictory. And that's what Soviet nationality policies, I like the plural rather than the singular, would seem to be. And one further thing, maybe we should look not only at policies, but the effects. And there were, of course, we know all the horrors of the Soviet period, the Holodomor, and others, but let's not forget there were positive effects as well of this peculiar nationality policy. And as an American, I can only contrast it with what we did with our native peoples, the American Indians, which is still being brought in, as we sit here before the Supreme Court. In the Soviet Union, there was not only intermarriage, there was a relative ethnic peace, except perhaps on the football field. There was cultural development, economic development, particularly of southern, more backward, underdeveloped peripheries. So yes, let's talk about policy, but let's not forget also about the positive as well as negative effects of what Lenin and his Bolshevik comrades conceived of. Thank you. Now you seem to be muted.
That Ron Sunni, he's a waste of. No, we were talking about you. That's why I had you on mute. It was an accident, of course. Yeah. No, we're just asking what we. I mean, I think that we have to finish now. Yes, because I think we could go on literally for hours, and to go on for less than hours would perhaps not be very useful. But perhaps we can. I would have lots to say for this once. I'm sure my colleagues would as well. But we could. Are you going to be here tomorrow, Ron, or are you going to get a night's sleep?
I'm going to try to come toward the end of the day if I can, but I think I need to sleep tomorrow night.
I think you should. I think you really should. You're an absolute star for being here. Love you lots, and we have small differences, but you're right. We're not very far apart, but there are some differences we need to explore. So whether that's tomorrow or some other time, we will have to see. So
thank you for the invitation and for paying attention.
So yeah, hope you get some sleep now, and we very much hope to see you tomorrow, and everyone else, I suppose. So none of us have that excuse, so we're all going to be here at 10 o'clock. Yeah, we'll continue. Right.
Yes. So today we have to finish. Yes. So our.
Sorry,